just over a half mile out from Castle Naerytar. We will pick up with the group, and I believe we're going to play it off as if Arlyle is still with everyone. And it's going to start with Doc, hearing a voice in your head. Larian requested Force Grey, liberate the roadhouse. Workers executing other workers. Beware. The order has called for aid in the mirror. Look for two.
Doc will sort of like look around, confused, and say out loud as he takes a drink from his flask, am I hearing things, or anybody else hearing those voices?
Tynus will look over at him. No, I believe that's just you. What did it say?
Something about Larian and looking for. I'm really not sure. Did I recognize that voice?
Roll an intelligence check. Do you have any thought who it is? Like you,
I
the
was
player?
thinking it might be Solomon, honestly.
You wonder for a moment if it was Solomon. It just doesn't seem like that would have been him.
Okay, my next guess is was it hang on one second. I'm just finding my notes.
Doc kind of like stumbles around a little bit confused. It's pretty safe to say, for the first time, people are starting to wonder if he's imbibed too much of the orc mash.
Damn it,
With
I can't find my right page. I'm sorry, I was like ill
What are you
prepared because
thinking
I was in
of?
the middle of uploading video. Is it the dude who basically has like the from the last town we were in? I met with like the little hobbit guy or the little midget and the other guy who was like able to contact me.
The
Is
mage
that who
who
it is?
marked you so he could send to you?
Yes,
It
exactly.
was indeed. It was Torin.
Oh
You're in
Torin.
yeah.
contact with the Order of the Gauntlet.
Okay, I found it. Mirtak and Torin. That was
Yep,
Torin who just
Mirtag
contacted
was
me.
his little assistant, basically.
Okay,
So you
beautiful.
would
That's
recognize it as your contact with the Order of the Gauntlet. And then what do you do as you start to share that with everyone?
so I would just let everybody else know what is going on here, and then just kind of check like the status of like the group, including our little lizard buddy.
You're saying Torian wants us to head back to the roadhouse?
No, no, we're killing the frogs. You have to help me. Help us.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That is our current mission. But
If you hear voices, you're even weaker than I thought. We need help. We need strong help.
Snapjaw, we will of course live up to our obligation. We do have a deal, and we will gladly help you. But in the meantime, we have a matter to discuss. There may be a pressing matter at hand.
Like a cult
Can you
who's
tell me?
living in my swamp?
Can you tell me, like, just really quick, give me like the recap of what you said? Because I kind of missed what you said to the voices, like as I was getting everything ready.
Do you know who Larian is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Larian requested Force Grey liberate the roadhouse. Workers executing others. Beware. The order has called for aid in the mirror. Look for two.
And then would I know what the mirror is?
The Mirror of Dead Men, the swamp that you've been
Oh,
walking
okay.
around
Okay.
in for 14 days.
No, you caught me off guard by just saying the mirror. I got you.
Well, if you
Um,
count the words in particular, I spent like 45 minutes turning a like 60 word message into 25.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you for that, and my bad for just kind of being a little behind on the start today.
and you're saying Doc conveyed that to Tynus already?
As you all sit there trying to converse amongst yourselves about this message, you see a tiny little paper canary fly up in front of you. It's kind of like a brown yellow, and it's just flapping its wings.
Doc would reach out and try to take it into his hand or catch it or let it land on him.
Its face has written in pen, "Open me."
We'll go ahead and open it.
I believe that should display for everyone. If you actually click on the parchment portion, it should pop up as a large visible section, or you can simply read off of the actual typed spot if you don't want to deal with the cursive. Is that two humans? There's two people over there. They don't look like cultists. You should probably keep them from getting ambushed. They're gonna get in trouble pretty soon here.
That is who we're looking for.
Yes, good Snapjaw. I believe that is exactly who we're looking for. It appears Larian may need our help. Let's touch base here and see where it leads.
I think from what we know, helping with this castle seems to be what Larian would like us to do.
Do you all
Horse Grey
remember
should be
who
handling
Larian
the
is? Tynus, do an intelligence check with advantage.
okie doke.
Yes, Larian was the gentleman of the ex Lords Alliance that appeared to be like not corrupt and was sort of like the leader of the road, and also the gentleman who I had befriended right before I decided to murder the narc.
Yes, and that
Yep, that's what I
warning,
got.
that warning from Torian is telling you that the Force Grey is being sent to deal with you guys for murdering that person. You are the target of Force Grey. That you should
Oh,
beware. Larian was trying to keep you around so you would get caught. Don't go back to the warehouse.
okay. Thank
Make a
you.
note of that.
And that would, Tynus, that was your check that you're able to warn them. But with that, can I have, I'm just gonna go down, oh, what's up, Josh? Just go down the line here. I want everybody to give a description of yourself on a first kind of view of what you would look like from afar. If I can start with Teddy, give everybody a description of one of these two people that they see walking through the swamp, and then I'll have them do the same thing, what you see as you two walk up.
Yeah, sure. So if you guys are walking out of a swamp and you're kind of coming to the dry land, you're used to probably seeing frog people, lizard folk, some pretty drab kind of scenery around you. Standing before you is something that is extremely out of place. See a very tall, over 6 feet tall, golden scaled humanoid. This humanoid is well armed, has a massive, kind of like a glaive standing there and standing next to a human that is extremely colorful. You can tell probably from the stature she looks probably feminine, but the starkness is that how much taller he is over her, and just how much he just is an eyesore to the kind of this, like, he does not blend in.
And then, Sarad, can you describe what you look like at present?
So Sarah does not look well armored. She's wearing flowing robes with the with like orange, yellow, and red as the primary colors. And she's got like a bundle of sage in her hand, and she's kind of like smudging and um, looking around a little bit confused.
Sage, the best of stealth smudges. And then are you here and ready, Josh, if I call on you to describe Arlyle, what you would look like from afar?
And can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Loud and
I'm
clear.
getting the what's it called, the little noise it normally makes when you press your microphone button. So I just thought I'd play it in hard mode today without that. But hey, there we go. But yeah, I can describe him if you want. Do you want me to go for it?
Yep. What do they see as they walk up on the party right now?
I'll describe it. A tall, human-looking person, unbelievably well kempt for someone that's currently in the middle of a swamp-like environment as they currently are. Yeah, well-dressed clothes, fancy-looking, very clean clothes, as clean as they could be possibly. Yeah, well kept. Sort of like a gruff, white, stubbly beard and white, sort of centre-parted, slicked back hair as well. He appears to be quite well armoured, but not in plate. But yeah, he's tall, broad, and looks a bit full of himself.
I imagine both Arlyle and Verthus are competing on the uh oh man, the Camelot must be a king. He hasn't got shit on him. Like I definitely imagine Arlyle is constantly with the toothbrush, kind of cleaning the mud off of him after 4 days in the mirror right now. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That's what I was looking for.
But their boots were decidedly dirtier than Arlyle's.
And then Doc, can you describe your outward appearance?
Doc is about 6 feet tall, a slim human gentleman, a dark long hair pushed back, a sharp mustache, fairly well manicured considering his overall position in a swamp. He has pale skin, appears to be sweating heavily, although he is not doing heavy work. And you'll notice by his regular drinks from his flasks, he is alcoholic or dependent. He does tend to smoke a little more often than necessary, and there is some sort of strange sickness or ailment. And you'll notice he winks an awful lot.
And then to Tynus.
All right. Tynus is a fairly average height, somewhere around like 5'8" ish, with long blonde hair that is probably tied back right now because of all the traveling they've been doing. He is also a very sickly pale color. Like if you've ever seen a dead body after a few days, he's that color of skin and blonde hair. He's currently wearing some rather filthy traveler's clothes, but it doesn't seem to be bothering him. And on his arm is a shield pretty much at all times, as he tends to look from one person to the other, just quizzically, but also a bit paranoid.
And then Vicious.
You see a half orc who is very beautiful for half orcs and is green with tusks that are very fine for half orcs' tusk. And she's not wearing armor. She's a barbarian, obviously. She tends to underestimate her strength as far as trying to pat people on the shoulder, like being nice to people, and be really, really dense just in general. But overall, a very nice person.
Is she currently drooling?
No.
And then the seventh humanoid that you all would see right now is a incredibly rotund human. I believe he is just under 6 feet tall. He is probably about 6.5 feet wide, wearing orange robes, and it's morning time, so he's probably eating. And then you would see a couple of lizards around this area. Some large lizards that are about the ground. I believe there were 8 of them. And they are probably about 6.5, 7 feet long and stand about 1.5 feet over the ground. Very dark green scales, very much blending into the mirror itself. as well as one who seems to move between walking on all fours and two legs, who seems a little bit more gaunt, probably about 5.5, 6 feet long. But when he actually stands up on all fours, his legs extend much taller, though he is much lankier, smaller, leaner than the ones that have been continually walking on all fours. And with that, you all can actually start to intermingle.
How close are these two new people to us at this?
As close as they need to be.
Then Tynus will approach the two of them, and he will say, "Are you two with the Order of the Gauntlet?"
So I'm gonna realize that you're talking to us, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, Verthus! Look, look how many there are. I think these are them."
You get way too excited about the simplest of things. We're meant to meet some people here. I think they found us. And I point down to to her, and I'm like, I'm part of the order. She's not. However, she's supposed to be here too.
We just received notice of you. I suppose you should just come over and join our group. We are about to embark on a very, I wouldn't call it dangerous, a mission, as it were. We're going to be helping these lizard folks clear out the swamp. So any extra assistance will be useful. And he will just walk back over to the rest of our group.
So at the mention of cultists in your last statement, you see him Verthus get a lot more rigid, tense, and he looks a lot more eager. As soon as you say that, so he went from just kind of casually waiting for somebody else, where he's been told to go, to at this point he like instantly he's on edge.
I understand your reaction, my friend.
Doc will light a cigarette and engage. So it appears that you two were the ones sent by Torin. I suppose any friend of Solomon is a friend of mine. And he'll take a drink from his flask and offer one up to you two as well.
Sarad takes it, and she's like, "I love Saul. How do you know Saul?"
Met Saul buried up to his neck in the middle of the road near death and took a chance to save his life.
And you took a swig, Sarad?
Absolutely.
Do a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh no!
Careful there. I don't mess around.
And I assume you're taking a liberal swig.
Yeah.
So as you take a drink of this, it's very strong. It has a burn to it, and it is a strong alcohol. But the actual flavor and smell it's very much orcish, and it smells like an orc after a long day's battle, or in your case, a long day's partying. And you just start to... You hold back retching just enough that you want to, but you're just meeting some new people and you want them to know that you party hard. But this is a little bit more foul of an alcohol than you're probably used to enjoying.
So I'll probably pull out my own flask and wash it down with my wine.
Verthus kind of like arches his eyebrow and just kind of looks down like, steady girl. This isn't your normal wine, it seems. You okay?
I stick the sage up to my nose, and I'm like sniffing into it.
It's
Doc will
best
take
not drink from Jock's flask.
Doc will take a nice long drag off his cigarette and say, No offense taken. We've been on the road for quite a while, and selection has been slim, but I have to have my drinks. Excuse me.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of
Well,
course, no harm, no foul.
Rhinus, having watched over this situation, more or less expecting that to happen. So, yes, I would recommend not to take a drink from Doc's flask at any point in time. Though I'm told I'm a bit more privileged than most.
I don't think you've offered the flask to Snapjaw, but he's actually going to move forward and, like, after you kind of take it back from Sarad, he's going to reach out and see if he can take it.
Of course, my friend. Perhaps you'll enjoy this a little better than the rations.
He gives it like a little like sniff. Seems to kind of like perk a little bit of a smile. You see like just the little bits of like his they don't have like real lips, but you see like the slightest bit of a facial change on his face as he tips it back and does actually enjoy this. It goes quite well with swampfish.
Lizard after my own heart.
That makes sense.
Good, good. Orc's good. And he looks over at Vicious.
I nod.
To the castle? You help us get rid of the frogs?
Yes, that's what we were doing before we got distracted. Have you all armed up?
Wait, we're getting rid of frogs?
Yeah, frogs are mean. The cultists use them to hurt us. These are our lands.
So does Sarad know about these frogs?
You can do history, just a straight intelligence. Yeah, I think history or intelligence. And you could do a nature check if you've got nature. You're pretty sure if he's talking about intelligent frogs, these are something that's a pretty regular occurrence in swamplands like this, and they're very similar to giant frogs that are kind of a tendency in swamps, and they've started to gain intelligence of their own. I think you would know that they identify themselves as bullywugs.
And I
Uh,
wouldn't have moral
um,
qualms about going in and killing frogs.
Oh, that's purely up to you.
The question I had, unrelated to the natural order of the frogs, in the missives that both Sarad and I received, is there any like mention of this current mission, or was it pretty vague, like just kind of like show up like where we are currently?
I think your information would be more towards the castle, pushing you in that direction because it's known to the Order and the Harpers, and then that they assume the cult has an interest in the castle because of its location close to a black dragon that is known to be in the mirror. So they're assuming they're basically going off of the information that Solomon would have passed on, and that would be what came to you. And essentially, Solomon passed on that this group was going into the swamp, tracking the cult in that direction. So your information would basically be on this idea that if you're going to be able to meet up with them, it's going to be at this castle because the castle is close to a black dragon, and that's where we assume the cult would go to. But other than that, it's a vague shot in the dark to say like, we're gonna throw you into this swamp, and hopefully you find these people.
Okay. So I kind of speak to the party at this point. I'm like, so let's start with introductions on our side. My name is Verthus. I am a White Hawk of the Order of the Gauntlet. I was sent here from Leyland, north of here. We received missives to come down here to investigate the cultists in this area. Now, they mentioned a castle. We assume they're going to be there, but we had no mention of frogmen or any of that sort. So I might need to know the play here. But if it involves thwarting any cultists, I am all about this. On top of this, the reason I was sent to Leyland was I originally was sent up there to investigate, aside from other cultist activities, proof of other dragon and other related activity near this tower. Now, the black dragon was mentioned to be in the swamp near this castle. If you have seen any information or you can relay any information about this black dragon, we are here to help out with any of the cultist activities and aggressively dealing with that. But my primary goal here is to find out where that black dragon and what that black dragon is doing with the locals, or if it is being served by other cultists.
The lizard like moves forward to you, and he's like, "You help lizard folk. The cultists, they hurt us. They tell us we help them, and Vorhammer enjoy our presence. But they don't help us. The bullywugs abuse us."
Then swift justice to the bullywugs.
Are you aware that there are two black dragons currently in the swamp? Or at least there is one that is normally here, and one that we discovered recently.
I wasn't aware of the second one, but when it comes to dragons, the more the merrier.
Well, the black dragon that is native to the swamp that we believe the cultists are interested in is the one our friend Snapjaw will be leading us to after we deal with the bullywugs and cultists in this castle. So if you're interested in that dragon, help us take this castle, and I'm sure Snapjaw will lead you with us. Snapjaw?
Snapjaw grabs at the base of your armor, Verthus, and he says, "Don't die with them. Don't die to Vorthammer. He will kill you all. They want to die. They want to sacrifice life."
And Kindness will just sort of go, yes, well, naturally, Vorthammer is definitely going to kill us if we directly encounter him, but we still need to know where he is.
I'm assuming Vorthammer is the name of the dragon?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Um, I kind of like this Lizardfolk. How tall is he again?
When he stands up full height, he's probably about 6.5 feet. Most of the time, he's standing at about 5. And then at present, he's essentially groveling in front of you. At the thought of you joining them, going after the black dragon, he's groveling.
He's what?
Groveling. Okay. So
he recognizes you as a draconic ancestry, and I think you could pretty quickly understand that these lizard folk, they worship the dragons on some level. They're helping, what he basically already shared would have been to the effect of they're helping the cultists because it's supposed to help them in their standing with the black dragon, and he's already latching on to you with a very similar understanding.
So I reach down and I come like want to grab his arm, his shoulder, or something, and my goal is to pick him up, not necessarily off his feet or something, but none of this groveling business for him.
He stands a little bit taller, but he doesn't stand full height.
And I point to my neck or my chest, and I point to one of my scales, and I was like, gold, not black. Eventually, we're going to be at odds. I don't need to be worshipped. I just need to fight. And that's it.
At this point in time, Doc would sort of like step up and address Verthus. Perhaps I can fill in some of the blanks here, Verthus. I'm known as Doc, and I'm an able-bodied warrior myself. There is a strange dynamic at play here. Our kind little lizard fellow and his people have been enslaved by the combination of the cultists, led by the dragon, and oppressed by a group of frog creatures. So when we do arrive at the keep, we will be likely battling the frogs, but our eventual goal is to defeat Verthhammer and free these lizard folk. Oh, and I too am a member of the Order of the Gauntlet, and I would flash my necklace.
At that point, he puts his glaive in his left hand and reaches out his right arm.
I'll of course embrace, shake your hand.
And I introduce myself as Whitehawk Verthus to you.
Pleasure to meet you, White Hawk Verthus. Just call me Doc.
Sure, Doc. Verthus is, you can call me Verth or Verthus, your choice.
Well, if the lizard folk have been bullied by these frogs, let's go get them. That is not cool.
Yes. Very mean.
Exactly. That's why we're going to get rid of all of them.
Plus, I mean, also they're slimy, so the less slimy creatures there are, the better, I suppose.
Snapjaw moves over towards Sarad, when you kind of suggest that you'll help them because they're being bullied, and he's just looking you over really intently. You look far too clean to him.
Am I offending him?
He doesn't look offended. He's just very intrigued. I don't want to give too much away, but I imagine the way you described yourself, you're pristine right now, right?
Yeah, if he gets up too close to me, he might hit a spot where it looks like there's just air, but he runs into something
Oh yeah,
solid.
I rolled a 19. He's gonna accidentally bump into armor, I believe.
Okay.
So he just he's looking at you real close, and then all of a sudden you just hear the tink of his hard scale against steel, and I think you described yourself unarmored, so it would perhaps be intriguing to anybody else, but passive perception wise, I think it would go. Yeah, the two of you new folk like Verthus, you would be the one to kind of notice this above others.
Well, I mean, I would probably I've been traveling with her for several months, so
Yeah,
I probably
exactly.
already know her whims.
So I don't think anybody else would necessarily notice that. Just that he did get close, a little bit intrigued by the cleanliness and the cloth is almost something you can tell it seems rare and beautiful to him to see pristine clothing.
And I'm like, oops, sorry, that's my personal bubble.
And then after a moment, he'll kind of get everyone's attention and he's waving his arms and he starts to point out a little bit to the east of you all. He points at a few long huts and he says, "These are the lizard folk. These are where we live." And then he points a little bit to the north of that area, and this is all still in that region of the castle, about 3/4 of a mile off from you. And he points at these barely visible mud protrusions from the swamp, and he describes them as the huts of the bullywugs, and they're much closer to the castle. And he says, "We can go to the lizard camp, but if we go much further, we have to have a plan first. If we go to the lizards, they may help, they may not.
Certainly best to get as much help as we can then.
Those huts, is that relatively like we're there to recruit or they're to free other lizards? Like I got kind of confused there if those were bullywug huts or lizard huts.
The ones closest to where you are at, almost directly east of where you're at, are maybe like, oh man, converting yards into miles. I feel like I'm going to confuse myself. I think a few hundred yards is still within like a quarter of a mile, like say an eighth of a mile away from you. Directly to the east, you see some long huts. And they are actual like wooden tree and debris that seems to, yes, have some mud to them. But the actual mud huts that he pointed out are much closer to the castle and they're much harder to actually notice. They're far more squat and barely rise above the ground itself. But in general, this is the longhand view that you all have right now. The actual mud or the long huts of the lizard folk would be that southwestern edge, basically off of the map.
Where are we currently at on this map?
You are not on this map. You are basically a half mile off to the west of this map.
Okay, okay.
Let's proceed towards the lizard folks and see if we can get any of them to join us in our fight. I assume the armor will act as a very good situation.
You already gave us the weapons. They're mine.
Oh, perfect. Then we just need to go and get them to help us.
Snapjaw, just out of curiosity, how likely is it that your friends would be apt to fight for their own freedom with our assistance?
Not?
Uh, Even if it looks like the battle is going in our favor?
Oh, that would probably help then.
Okay, understood then. We will not count too heavily on them in the beginning, but perhaps when things start to swing in our favor, you will encourage them.
Yeah, you look too weak, so it's kind of hard to imagine that you're just going to go in there and fight everything.
Doc will pull out a dagger and sort of like pick his teeth for a second like a toothpick, and then reveal his like 20 other daggers and say, looks can be deceiving, my friend.
Snapjaw, like, perks his, like, head up to the sky and just kind of, like, uses one claw to, like, pick at the, like, tip of his mouth. And he's like, I think it was 3 days ago that I was saving all of your lives.
Verthus kind of steps in a little bit here and is to Snapjaw and it says, Snapjaw, if I walked into town and asked for their assistance, do you feel that they would be more inclined to help us if they saw me as proof of our new party strength?
I don't think the Black Dragon would like you being there. Can you be a cultist? I think the Black Dragon would know you. I don't I don't think they like gold. And he's like dropping his head to the ground, and it almost looks like he's being shocked with electricity just like at that thought. Like his muscles are just tensing and his body's just like cringing into a smaller and smaller ball.
Is there anything I can do to help him, medicine check here, or is he actually taking any physical damage?
You can do a medicine check if you'd like. He seems to be in pain, but there doesn't seem to be anything happening to him in particular. Lizards like the gold dragon. We like lizards. We're happy, but Resmir will not like you. You won't be welcome. Can't walk too far.
Who's Rasmir?
And like drop down on all fours. He kind of like looks back up towards you and he says, Resmir's black dragon like this gold.
And I kind of look at him is Resmir my size?
Yes, yes.
Hmm. Seems there's a black dragonborn in the area, maybe aligned with the cultists.
Let me have Tynus and Verthus roll, I feel like intelligence with advantage.
Okie doke.
Am I mistaken thinking that we have heard reference to this dragonborn as potentially someone dressed in purple?
That is exactly what I'm asking for the roll for from them. Resmir is in fact the black dragon. It's a half dragon, but he is one of the wearers in purple. And I think you would also have a sneaking. Oh, that was a save. Do you have proficiency on your save? Oh, you're a paladin, so you have a plus anyways. So yeah, still in that 20 though. Resmir is a wearer in purple. He is the controller of the Black Dragon Mask. And I would say Verthus would have that information as a order from the Order of the Gauntlet. And the starting understanding that these dragon masks are actually what they have been collecting from across the country. And that this is indeed a very high level member of the Cult of the Dragon. And I believe you all have heard the name once, maybe 3 times in your time around this area. I feel like Leosin was tracking him when he went to the camp that you first met him in. And I believe it was actually because Resmir was there that he got caught, because Resmir was aware of Leosin.
Yeah, I literally just have Resmir purple dragon question mark. So
Yeah, I just have his name in my notes under cult known cultists. So that's all I got on him is that he's Resmir and he's high up in the cult.
So there is a subtle difference between half dragons and dragonborns, but I don't think this lizard would have. I don't think Snapjaw would have that sort of information. But I think overall you gather that you would be an inspiration towards the Lizardfolk. They are inclined towards lizard kin, but you're not going to get terribly far into this camp before it is quite known that there is a new dragonborn in the mix, and things are going to meet. It will collide in some way. You can't just casually walk in. You stand and can you fight everyone? Can you teach these little ones how to help?
Who's he talking to? Me?
Yeah, yeah. And Sarat as well. He's already fought with them, and he has less than a kind understanding of their skills. It's not necessarily founded in anything, but He's definitely been pretty insulting about their skills.
Yeah, you guys weren't here, but basically, we fought like some what are they called? Like the brush creatures?
Shambling mounds.
We fought a couple shambling mounds, and it probably didn't look too like flattering for our overall skill level. And he witnessed it.
Excellent. Always great to make first impressions.
I think I revived Tinus something like on average 17 times per minute, I think.
Oh yeah, down and up, down and up, down and up. Got 2 levels of exhaustion from.
To you.
Should it be 1 now since I drained someone?
Yeah, you all would have taken long rest. There was like 3 days of travel at the end of last session, basically, to get here. And then yeah, you fed that day.
Nice. I'm down to 1 level. That's a little better.
I mean, I would speak to Snapjaw. I mean, I don't want to speak for the entire party, but I mean, Verthus would commit to helping anybody that is either being held captive by a cultist or is being dominated by, a black dragon. So it's, I mean, I'm not going to say like the party, yes, we're going to do it, but I would at the same time say that even if the party doesn't decide to, or whichever, maybe at some point he would definitely offer assistance.
Resmir promised us that Varhammer would help, but we have not seen him with the Black Dragon. The bullywugs abuse us. The cult is not good. They hurt the land, they hurt our people. Most of our families are, and he points like off into the mass of the swamp. Most of our families are off and away. There are more lizard folk here, but they killed Suncaller. We cannot stand for ourselves.
I feel really bad watching him, so I'm gonna try to cheer him up by saying, "Don't even worry about it. Verthus is such a good fighter. I've seen him in action. He's really good. You won't be disappointed. We're totally gonna help you."
So we have one warrior, and some people will die?
No, we're all gonna make it.
He's like looking around. Like,
Tinus will sort of lean in and say, "Oh, we've leaned into the they're going to die aspect of the situation. Don't worry about it."
This could be one glorious death.
Oh, we're not going to die. We've just leaned into the assumption.
have you all ever taken a castle before? I feel like walking into a castle with no plan is human stuff. And he like looks over at Verthus and he's like, like just gives you like a silly human look.
Well, we took a fort with no plan at all that was being sieged by a dragon, so it's not really that much of a leap, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, at this point is kind of like when the awkward agreement to do something. I mean, I'm assuming as a party we're gonna strategize together, probably to find a way into this castle or go through the bullywugs.
Yeah. And mechanically, I'm basically inviting you all to plan now, because once you go to meet the lizard folk, everything's going to go downhill quite quickly.
Yeah.
For the record there, Snapjaw, the last time me and my compatriots battled the dragon fled, and only one of our, and I'll look over at Vicious, friends was completely killed in a single strike.
Yeah, it sounds about right. And you were outside of the castle?
Yes, of course, we were on the roof as close as possible to the dragon, and my keen eye, with the assistance of my friends, were able to strike it down with a single bolt, and it fled, leaving cries of pain as it flew
You
away.
have a bolt? Where's your bolt?
It was mounted to the top of the castle. I cannot carry it with me. I'm obviously not strong.
So, you don't have a bolt?
I have a bolt.
And you don't have a castle? I
do
think you
not have
guys
a
are
castle.
mistaken what you're doing here. You're not defending a castle. You have to take a castle.
Well, we had to
I'll-
take it to defend it.
Did they invite you in last time? They said, hello, come in, have some food. This
Well,
time they're going to say,
sort
hello,
of.
come in, we will eat you.
You'd have to
Uh,
kill hordes of level 1 little gremlins to get there, I suppose.
That sounds terrible.
Out of curiosity, you don't know of any ways to like sneak into the castle or ways that we perhaps get a jump on these creatures?
Can you jump high?
We can climb.
Probably wouldn't count on out jumping a frog.
Why can't we use the front door?
The front door's open?
So I suppose we're just going to plan how we're going to castle then. I believe we should go around to the back and climb up the wall.
There's a moat with crocodiles. And he like points off towards the Lizardfolk area. And at the center, there is a large like arch built up, and it's about 20 or so feet tall, and there is a crocodile that fills most of the actual height of this thing hanging.
So much for that idea.
I ask Snapjaw Snapjaw, how do the bullywugs get into the castle?
Through the front gate?
Hmm.
I think the foundation's pretty good. It's been here for a while, and the water's outside of the castle, but it's muddy inside.
Don't suppose that there is like an underwater sewer system or drainage area or something that we could perhaps utilize to sneak into the castle and avoid their primary defense?
Looks over at Arlyle's boots. I think the ground's the sewer.
Do we have our new items yet, by the way?
Overall, yeah.
Then these boots are particularly clean.
Well then, if sneaking around isn't going to work and there's no entrance from underneath, any possibility to perform some sort of trick? Perhaps someone could pretend to be bringing us in as potential threats to the cult, and then we break out and begin combat. I assume if we can get into the presence of their leader, Rezimir, and we can take them out, the rest will fall apart into disarray, cut off the head of the snake, as it were.
You wanna walk in? You can try it. There's no way to know when it will work for.
It's only a possibility.
So there's no part. I mean, do we have any like blueprints or anything like that?
Oh no, we've just come upon this castle. Don't have any extra intel about it.
Snapjaw raises his hands. I have green prints.
Ha! Great joke.
He'll draw in the mud a random like description of the castle.
Does it show any like back doors or less used entrances?
But you all watch as my terrible drawing skills are at work.
All right.
That was terribly shaped because the entrance is a little bit further that way. So he'll start off and he'll show you basically this is the bullywugs in that northwestern area. The entrance is a specific, like, defensive portion at the front. There's a long corridor that you are inside of for most of the castle's width before it opens up about midway down the castle, and then it like opens up into like the initial courtyard. There's a castle turret on that southeastern, a castle turret on the northeastern, and a castle turret on the northwestern, and a single central turret.
Now, is the Bullywug camp? Are there any lizardfolk captives in the Bullywug camp? Are they holding anybody?
Drowmore won't let them. Drowmore's really nice to the lizardfolk. He's been bringing us weapons, and Snapjaw points off at all of the weapons that the group's brought.
So the Bullywugs near the castle aren't aggressive towards us.
No, they're very mean, but Drowmore won't let them. The cult still controls them too. There's and he like starts like motioning with his head, like almost like head banging, like rocking out. There's a pecking order: cultists, frogs, and then lizardfolk.
Into the castle through the front entrance. Then a long hallway means plenty of places for them to ambush us, or to figure out what we're up to and take us out while we're in a less advantageous.
Would I know how strong a Bullywug is, or how high they could jump? Kind of like a nature check on a Bullywug ability.
Do a nature check.
Can I?
What are you thinking, Teresa?
Oh, I was just going to ask if I could assist in some way, but maybe he doesn't need it.
Normally I would go for if you have proficiency when someone else is like kind of riffing. But yeah, definitely doesn't need it. You're relatively aware that a bullywug can pretty much jump about 4 times their height, and can do pretty much that jump like without any movement. So they are always prepared for a pretty massive jump. But overall, they're definitely not the strongest of opponents.
Yeah, it's just thinking out of character. My thought for the party would be like, is there any way we can leverage a jumping race to help us get up one of those towers or something? Like, is there a way that they can get up the wall, drop us a rope, and then we ingress through like that northwest tower?
We don't have any bullywugs on our side specifically, so we would have to try to go in and convince one of bullywugs to help us get that kind of.
You promised to kill the frogs.
Oh, right, yeah, we're supposed to kill them. Oh.
I was gonna go for boots for spider walking, and I changed my mind last minute, so wish I hadn't now.
So we do want to get over the castle wall, but how are we going to deal with the moat if we were to try that?
With big alligators or crocodiles, whatever they are.
There's only the one entrance and the door's open there. If you can get to where the land gets up to the castle, there's just the one entrance.
Only one way in and one way out that we know of course.
It's okay if humans are afraid of frogs. I didn't really expect you to help.
Anyone like casually paying attention would notice that Doc is not really engaging too much with the planning stage and appears to be like drinking heavily and smoking, like chain smoking.
Do a Constitution save for me. Yep. You are immune to alcohol.
If we do this tomorrow or after 8 hours, I just need a nap. I could cast Water Walk on everybody.
That would still leave us to deal with big alligator. Are we willing to fight that just to get it out of the way and get access to that wall?
Sure.
I certainly wouldn't mind killing the alligator. It'll give us some way of getting in. Though, Snapjaw, who watches the alligator? Takes care of it.
Let me see how he interprets this question. He looks at you, like, tilting his head, like, deeply to the side, like, very much 90 degrees right now. And he's just looking at you for a moment. He's like, we're in a swamp.
That's fair. No one is probably taking care of it. It takes care of itself. So if we were to kill the alligator, we can assume no one would immediately notice, so long as we didn't draw attention while so.
Just to clarify, I was under the impression there were a bunch of alligators and there was one dead one hanging. That what we got?
Yeah, definitely a swamp. Like, alligators just live here. But they get that big. Maybe bigger. I don't know.
Oh, so there are multiple alligators and there's just one big one on display. I see. I misinterpreted that a bit.
Sounds good, Josh. Yeah. I think it's just the fact that, like, if you swim in the water, you're still in a swamp. And there might be alligators that try to eat you.
And you said you could cast water walking.
Yeah, in a bit.
Oh, if we could get advantage of that, then we might just be able to sneak past any alligators by walking across the moat, and then we could go about getting over the wall at a more advantageous position. Though climbing the wall might be difficult.
Do we have any idea of how tall these walls are about?
Yeah, we look over at the castle. How tall do the walls seem to be, and what are they composed of?
It is an entirely stone castle. It is approximately 3 stories, but I don't think the walls are all the entire height of it. So I'm gonna say in the moat area, it's probably 25 to 35 feet of wall. And then, like, the actual turrets are into, like, 60 feet-ish.
How thick are the walls?
I've never punched through. Um, hmm.
Going through,
Like, scratching his chin.
I imagine, would draw quite a bit of attention if we were to somehow generate enough power to break through the wall. I don't think we could cover up the sound.
I could study up on my stone shape spell.
Ah, I'm aware of that spell. I'm a cleric myself, you see.
Oh,
It's a good
I don't
idea.
I
One
don't
person.
currently look it, of course. You're
Pretty
thinking
thick
to
walls. Maybe like this wide. And he, like, opens his arms as far as he can.
you were to merge with the stone and come out on the other side, that would get you side of the castle, but would be alone.
well, I was thinking if I could reshape 5 feet into another block of stone outside the castle, then we might just have a small tunnel to walk through.
Do a history check for me, Surad. Excellent.
Nice.
Who you, me?
So you're thinking to go inside of the wall and create a tunnel?
Yeah, I think you were thinking, I want to say merge into stone or something like that, but stone shape creates like a 5 foot area, like 5 foot square that she would change.
Oh, right,
So
right, right, right.
stone shape essentially allows you to tunnel through stone.
That's a much better idea.
I
How many
mean, are
times can
there
you cast that?
I think it's a 3rd level.
for once?
I could cast it once myself after a long rest. So, unless these walls are greater than 10 feet thick, that is a potential plan.
Another option, if we don't tunnel through this wall, is you guys were hired by these lizard folk to kill the frogmen, right?
Among other things, but yes.
If we kill the frogmen, would that inspire the lizard folk to siege the castle?
You mean
Cause it.
go to their mud huts and kill them there?
Mm-hmm. Prove our strength, recruit the lizard folk, have an army to siege the castle.
Certainly draw the
Yes.
attention, though.
While they're sieging maybe the front of the castle, we go behind the castle, do this tunneling plan, and we kind of like, while they're distracted at the front gate, we come in through the backside of the castle while the lizard folk are, you know, doing what sieges do.
They would probably fight for a gold dragon.
There we go. I can go in there, rally them up, use my Dragonborn style there, get them all frothing at the bit. While you guys are taking care of and getting in through the back, I can join you later. That sort of thing.
You'd have to deal with Resmir, though. As you said, if you were to enter the Lizardfolk village, it wouldn't be long before Resmir was aware of you and would want you, dead.
That could work to our advantage too. Maybe I can lure him out, make him come to the party away from maybe the mud huts around his allies. Something maybe to just distract and get them out of there to inspire the lizard folk to help us.
Not a bad plan. So we get Resmir out, take out the frog people, rally the Lizardfolk, and go in through the back. I like that idea.
About at this point, everybody would notice as Snapjaw just drops down into all fours, and starts to walk off towards the lizard camp.
Is he disappointed?
You can do an insight check.
Okay.
He doesn't seem disappointed. I feel like your first impression is he feels a little bit inspired.
Nice.
Oh, what an odd reaction. But that's great.
Are
See,
you
and I turn
doing?
to Joseph and I say, "See, look at how great you are."
You're way too cheery in a swamp.
He looks back to you and he's like, "I tell lizard folk, we rise up."
Aren't we going to wait a day before?
Yeah, but I guess you know, early advertising is a good thing.
There's potential
Marketing.
for the word to reach Resmir before we're ready, though. The Lizardfolk start speaking of rebellion. The leaders would likely know.
We should probably stop Snapjaw then.
Absolutely. I suggest we stop Snapjaw and have him rise them tomorrow after we've had our rest.
I'll go run
So
after Snapjaw and carry him back.
Maybe not you, Vic.
Let's see.
I mean, they're
He's
both green.
well on his way by the time you all actually reacted to that one. Let me see a dex roll from Vicious. And I feel like Tynus was the first one to say we should probably stop him.
Was.
Yep, so Vicious and Tynus, let me see a dex from you. Yeah, Vicious is definitely not fast enough to react, and neither is
Oh, that was a
Tynus.
save.
He's already at the
Oh, that's
lizard
pretty
folk, and
standard.
he's talking to the ones who are standing guard at the lizard camp. He's already discussing with them.
Well,
Surely they wouldn't move without without the great gold dragon with them, right?
I doubt it. I was more worried about information spreading around and getting to the higher ups. Once they know our plan is coming, they can prepare for it. So that doesn't necessarily mean they know our plan, just that a gold dragon is coming to help them rise up.
Hmm.
Well, if it forces the hand of what's his name, Retzavir or Remavir, whatever.
Resimir.
Retzimir, thank you. If it forces the hand of Retzimir early, even if the castle, if we handle Resimir today, the castle will probably lock down, and that's probably fine too. They're a captive audience for us to sneak into as long as we siege a day later. So if we deal with them today, rest, siege tomorrow, sneak in tomorrow. So either way, ideally it'd be great if it's at the same time, but maybe after the battle with Reservoir, we might need to heal up anyway.
A fair point.
He's emphatically like talking with his hands, speaking with the other lizard folk, pointing back towards you all, and like conversing with them.
Well,
How
it
far away is
looks
he?
It's like a few hundred yards, like inside of like an eighth of a mile kind of thing.
I'll wave.
right. Well, there goes our chance at stealth, so I suppose we'll just have to go grab Resimir directly.
At this point in time, you'll notice Doc just stands up, still with cigarette in hand and still steady drinking, and says, I apologize for my lack of contribution to the overall plan or strategization, but I've traveled with this group for some time, and if there's one thing I know, it's the more that we plan ahead, the less effective it appears to be. I'm all for the improv. I think we should just improvise.
Not all of our plans fall apart immediately.
Sometimes it takes a while for them to fall apart.
Yes, exactly.
Name one plan that has been a success.
Well, we ambushed the guards successfully. The ones who were bringing these crates.
I didn't say any of them were successful.
I count that one as a success. We intended to kill them, and we did.
Doc will look over at Tynus and give him like a death glare.
Tynus will look back at him, looking actually like death.
Do you know why I'm giving you death glare?
He does not. He was under the impression the plan was kill those guys who were sneaking out. That's why he did it.
He's got a
I'm
keen
not sure
mind if you want to remind him.
I'm not sure which plan that you're referring to because I know you're not talking about the ambush of the and then I'll like do like a shoulder shrug, like kind of over towards the lizard people that you and because you guys weren't here, basically what happened was when we went to ambush the cultists, Highness killed like 6 lizard people, and then we lied and said that we showed up after the cultists killed all the lizard people, and that we like tried to save them.
Actually, I killed 4 lizard people.
Hmm.
But I wouldn't know this, so it's all good.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, the
pretty sure they're
details.
sharing it with you right now. I think that's the.
Oh,
Well, at the
can I
time we
tell?
thought at the time we thought the lizard people were bad and that they were working with the cultists. It wasn't until afterwards that we found out that the lizard people were like slaves of the cultists.
And we knew those humans were absolutely cultists because we interrogated one.
I see. Can I tell, just looking at Tynus's outfit, who he worships?
He has his holy symbol quite hidden.
But you said quite hidden.
Yes. 1 second, I'm getting a phone.
So after a few minutes, Snapjaw like walks back and comes back up to you all, and he stands a little bit taller. He's like, "All right, Lizardfolk will help you. We go now. If you give us a little bit of time, we can help. We're gonna increase our guards, so we'll be throughout the castle. And once you kill all the bullywugs, we'll help you."
Okay, but we want to keep it quiet. We don't want the cultists to find out. It's like planning a surprise party.
He looks extremely confused.
I just mean, make sure your friends keep it quiet. And then she goes into a story about this really great surprise party that she had planned once, but people were talking about it so much that it got to the person whose surprise it was, and it was a disaster.
Yeah, we're just increasing our guard. There's gonna be more of us in there. There's a lot of lizard folk here. I think we have there's 5, 6, 6, and he holds up 10 fingers. There's 6 of us.
And just out of curiosity, Snapjaw, roughly how many of the bullywogs, and then I'll spit on the ground, are there?
He pats you on the back, like, good job. He like looks over things, holding up 10 fingers. He says there's 3.
Under the impression that you're not the strongest counter. Are there more lizard folk or more bullywogs?
He goes back to the mud and he spends the next like 15 minutes putting marks in the mud until he counts out like 70 and then like 40. And he basically like circles like 60 of the 70 and then he circles like 30 of the 40.
And how many cultists are there roughly? More or less than that?
Maybe 10. There's not many cultists here.
Well, that's a bit of good news at least. I have a
Dromor
feeling that
rules
you're
the
right.
castle, and the bullywugs
I'm
work
back.
for Resmir, and we work for Dromor. And Dromor likes us, but Resmir likes the bullywugs. We're working for Resmir because Vorgarhammer is going to help us and like us, and we like the lizard folk. But there's like 5, 10 cultists at any time. There's some more cultists here and there, but it's mostly just. I don't think Dromor likes to be here, but he likes us. I think that's why he's helping us, because he wants us to get rid of the bullywugs.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Everything. No.
Well, I think the numbers are on our side is what you missed.
Counting
wonderful.
with lizard folk.
I mean, I'm not sure if we can directly siege. I mean, even if his mud numbers are accurate, that could be a lot of bullywugs. So I'm not sure if a direct altercation with an entire mud hut of bullywugs is going to turn out well. So maybe if we can use the lizard folk to bleed off some of these bullywugs, or light the bullywugs camp on fire. Sounds like you guys like to blow things up or burn people or something. Maybe we can somehow dwindle their numbers before they get to us, or maybe see if they have any roaming scouting parties around the bullywug camp. So maybe our next course of action is, to go and scout the bullywug camp.
All
I
right.
could certainly drop a
Fun
fireball
fact,
on them.
I definitely need a deception roll from Verthus and Tynus right now because Snapjaw is looking at you real curious when you say, apparently you all like to light things on fire.
Well, it's a 9.
Whoops.
Uh, uh, what? What? You use
Uh,
fire? The
Snapjaw.
the
One more.
cult.
I'm gonna try to distract Snapjaw now.
What are you trying to do?
I'm gonna try to ask him one more question and just kind of like get his attention away from like what he's paying attention to right now. One more question for you, and I'll stop with all the questioning and I'll hand him my flask.
You can do a performance or a persuasion at disadvantage right now.
Okay, and then I'll say, out of curiosity, I know you lizard folk are a little more proficient in the night and prefer that the darkness to the daylight. But are the bullywogs, and then I'll spit on the ground again, more in favor of night or day as far as efficiency in combat?
Nice.
Ooh.
Disadvantage, though, I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah, so I said, ooh.
No, I just rolled a 20 with him. He's looking off at the huts. Like he just about had an answer for you. And that fire has like his demeanor dropped real quick. And he's trying to put on an act and he's failing miserably right now. He's like shaking it off, looking back at you. You kill off the bullywugs and we'll help you. You can't burn their camp. It's made of mud. They live in the mud. It's wet. It's mud. It doesn't burn. It doesn't burn.
Did we get the impression that when they talked about fire, that he knew that that's what killed his friends?
You all told him that the cult burned his friends, and you only barely passed convincing him that you were like viable to help then. It was more or less like another opportunity for him to gather a little bit closer to the truth. But he's still posing that he's willing to help. He answered the question that the huts are not really flammable, but he's definitely a very much different demeanor at this point.
I'm going to kneel down in front of him and look him in the eyes, and I'm going to say, you know what? It looks like your people have been deprived of joy for a long time. And tomorrow, when we win, when we get rid of the bullywogs and we get rid of the cultists, you're going to be free.
Our swamp. No more
It's your
humans.
swamp. That's right.
I like this one. I don't think she burns people.
Tynus will just sort of look away like,
So out of character, my bad.
Oh, I already rolled for him to overhear when they walked away, and Tynus brought it up. That's been like a long-standing waiting to happen.
yeah, it's fair.
Well, I mean,
You keep cutting off if you're like saying more than just like 2 words at a time.
no. I was actually thinking out loud because, like, I'm a golden dragonborn. I do breathe fire. So I do burn things. So I was trying to spin that in a positive light for Snapjaw over here.
Let's be real here. Our group is not strong when it comes to planning effectively or keeping secrets that will potentially swing allies or enemies.
Now, we've never been good at that.
Fair enough. We'll take the direct approach.
So, if I'm remembering correctly, our approach is get Resmir's attention today, kill him, and then take out the bullywug, and then siege the castle tomorrow.
With the help of the Lizardfolk sieging the castle.
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm certainly ready for that.
What is the intent on I'm trying to understand how you intend to get Resmir out of the castle, like by presenting Verthis.
Oh, he's in the castle, not the Bullywug camp.
Oh, I thought he was in the Lizardfolk village.
Yeah,
No,
that's why I was confused.
Definitely,
Okay.
definitely like in the pecking order of the cultists have the castle, and it is manned in part by lizard folk and bullywugs. And part of what Snapjaw was saying is that they would increase their guard so they have more people inside to help you once things start to happen. The bullywugs camp right outside of the castle, and they basically have that whole area in front of the entrance. And then the lizard folk, very much like third-class citizens, are far removed from the castle, but still like work there.
I see. Then, Tinus saying character. He's inside the castle. I think we're going to have to put our plan on hold until tomorrow once again, until we can both have shape stone ready.
Well, then we're going to, instead of sieging the castle, the Lizardfolk are going to have to rise up to attack the Bullywugs. Because it sounds like the Bullywugs are between the Lizardfolk and the castle.
Bullywugs are just outside the castle, though. Once we start attacking them, we've more or less begun our siege.
If the lizard folk see the gold dragon, they will rise up behind Snapjaw.
We may just have to siege today and abandon the shape stone plan altogether. Get the lizard folks to rise up today and siege the castle with us. Then, as soon as we destroy the bullywugs and continue on in, just have to face Resmir and Drow Drowmore.
Hmm? Well, I mean, why don't we put some sort of party vote here? Like, do people want to siege tomorrow or siege today?
I guess not. I'm not understanding the pros and cons.
Siege today pros, actually not many. The sieging today would just mean we go in first and try to basically do a full frontal assault with the assistance of the lizard folk. Sieging tomorrow would completely abandoning the take out Resmir first plan and would have us trying to use stone shape to get in through the back, while
Are you guys
Berthers.
recognizing that you have to swim through the moat to get to any area except for the entrance? Like, I don't know how much you expect out of stone shape because there's a moat around this entire place.
Oh, we're assuming water walk as well.
But that would also rely on tomorrow.
Yeah,
Right.
so the whole getting into the castle with stone shape plan is all going to happen tomorrow. But in that case, we would have to separate from Verthis, who would have to act as the vanguard to lead the lizard folk with Snapjaw at the front, while the rest of the party goes to the back. if we did the tomorrow plan. Because if we don't have Verthis leading the Lizardfolk in their charge against the Bullywug, they aren't going to rise up.
Has anyone taken a measuring tool out to this map yet?
I haven't.
I mean, I'm assuming each square is 5 feet, right?
It is indeed, and I'm just saying, if you guys are separating off that far, Verthis might be quite a ways from you all. Do you want to split the party?
It's more or less that's the tomorrow plan would have to be splitting the party. And like if we're putting it to a party vote, I throw my hat in for sieging today. Just going full frontal at the front.
If it's a party vote, then I would vote for today. But intellectually, I think the water walk is better than being eaten by crocodiles.
Oh, sieging today avoids the water walk plan entirely. We just run to the front.
Yeah, if we siege today, the only thing I can think of is if we defeat the bullywugs, will that draw out cultists or Reservoir directly instead of trying to murk him behind the walls?
Yeah, I think if we do the today plan, we're basically going for a full frontal assault. We'll kill the bullywugs, but then they'll arm the castle. We'll have to worry about those ballista firing on us. And of course, Resemir and Dramor would now be aggroed against us. I don't know if they would come out directly themselves immediately or if they would just send the guards inside the castle to try to pick us off first or at least weaken.
Yeah, I didn't know there were siege weapons.
Yeah, they have. When he drew up the little picture for us, he mentioned that they have ballista on 3 of the 4 castle walls.
I feel like you heard me say turrets and you thought of ballista, but the actual circular formation that makes the castle wall is the turret.
Yeah, I immediately thought ballista, but okay, then they don't have siege weapons, anti-siege weapons, thankfully. At least none that we're aware of.
Just
They have
possibly
machine
magic
guns.
missiles.
Doc will look over at Snapjaw and hold his bow in the air and say, Liberatus Lizardus. Free the lizard. And you'll notice that he's been definitely feeling it between the smoking and drinking.
I think he's ready.
I guess I would ask him, Snapjaw, would you rather go today or tomorrow? I mean, these are your people, so you would know.
Any time lost is more time where cultists can burn lizard folk.
Okay. Yeah, I'm for today. If Snapjaw's vote is for today, I'll vote for today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for today. I mean, I don't want to get caught up in analysis paralysis. Choose an action and let's roll with it.
All right, so that pretty much puts everyone on board with siege today, unless wait, Josh is off doing it. So yeah, we're all on board with just siege today then.
Yeah, he had to pick up his car. Are you just gonna go in there and attack them? Do you want help trying to get past? What do humans want?
I guess I'll step up and I'll go to Snapjaw as we fight the frogs today. I will lead your people to fight the frogs today. All of my party will help me fight the frogs today. Can you gather your people today to fight the frogs?
And
we do. Go ahead, Sarad.
as he says that, I'm going to use druid craft to create an inspiring wind effect around Verthis.
So his scales are blowing in the wind.
I was about to say, I have no hair.
You see Snapjaw kind of looking around a little bit freaked out by the wind, maybe the wind doesn't really get this deep into the swamp all that often. And he kind of like looks back and Lizardfolk, we're all around the swamp. We have most of our people, and we can be on guard and be ready. Frog people have about half their people in the castle, half in their huts. If you help us now, once we take and he damn, I can't think of the word and I don't know if he would know it offhand. Once we take the entrance, maybe we can block the frog people from helping, and we have the castle to ourselves.
That sounds
Okay.
like a plan.
Like
I like
storm
that
the
idea.
drawbridge.
Well, there's no drawbridge. Like, I mean, I can draw a bridge, and he draws a bridge into the mud.
The puns are strong with this one.
But yeah, if you all are essentially ready, and the thought is to just go forward and rush the bullywugs, that's where we will essentially jump off at this point and move forward. Does that sound like that's the plan you've come to? Did I gather that correctly?
Yes.
Yes, rush the bullywugs, free the lizard.
All right. Because this is essentially going to be, I mean, it's always basically been going to be a massive castle siege from any level. I want everybody to roll like just a single initiative, and it's going to be your initiative for any given combat that happens throughout all of this. So we're not rolling initiative a million times. So I'm just going to take your initiatives right now. Vicious, I believe you now have advantage on initiative.
Yes, I do. Don't know why. I don't know why I didn't roll though.
How do I set it up to automatically roll 2 dice?
I think if you just click the red die in the top right, you can, the second from the top, it's type of roll, and you can do always roll twice. And I think yours was set up yesterday that it was auto rolling damage, but that's a right click on that red die, and it's like
I can show
midway
her.
down that you can select the always roll damage. Excellent, and Josh is back.
Doc would like to add also, inspirationally, up with the lizards and down with the frogs. Freedom for these creatures.
Wise words, Doc.
Tynus, I don't mean to say anything, but you're not looking so well. Looking more pale than I am. Feeling all right?
Just hungry.
I'll hand him one of my rations.
Not for that.
It tastes okay.
It wouldn't to me.
All right, so Snapjaw is going to ask if he can take all of the steel weapons from you.
Of course.
I'm gonna go take these to the Lizardfolk, and well, he looks up at the sky. We'll attack at high sun, and it's like about an hour off.
All right then. High sun it is.
Does a party need to do anything that would take a short rest?
Oh, I need to know, do I already have the wand of web, or is that coming after we finish the castle?
No, I think as far as everything goes, that's essentially stuff that would have been found inside of those treasure crates.
All right, I need to give it to myself. 1 second.
Oh, so wait, does that mean that like we found the items that we put the uncommon item?
Yep, that is, you should all basically have those 2 at this point, and should have the time that if you need to attune to them, you can be attuned.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, also, did I obtain any arrows from the crates?
I feel like you had arrows before, and honestly, I've been thinking about it because I am a huge fan of, can't think of the game offhand, but once I can summon my magical bow and I no longer need arrows because you just draw the string back and an arrow's there, I'm tempted to just say, as long as you're not using a special arrow, that bow does not require arrows.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I have 14 arrows left, but I don't know how many I'll need. I'd rather just not have any arrows.
So let's see. I don't believe that we have much else bookkeeping wise before stepping into this. So I think it is a question from this point forward how you all react to the different situations that arise. So the initial progress forward will be kind of on you all when you are ready to go forward. Snapjaw has essentially head off with the weapons that would be in tow, and he's, as far as you know, gone to start passing them off to the Lizardfolk, so they have steel weapons. And you're essentially about that like half-mile away from the castle. This is more or less still the view that you have, and then you've got that drawing that he drew of the turrets that form the castle itself. So when you all are ready, we can, I guess I can put you into initiative order. I didn't have to do it like that. We can have you all start to describe how you are moving forward, what your plan is, and I will describe the setting for you as you move towards that. So, how precise do you all think you are hitting the 1 hour mark? And Tynus, this would include you are basically a clock.
Sarada is pretty punctual.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah, he
Tynus
took
would
keen
definitely
mind
start
though.
telling people to move once like the 50th minute had passed. He'd be all like, "All right, we need to start moving."
And I mean, Verthus is very much like just wants to be kind of like in the center of the party at this point.
Oh
So like
yes.
if the party starts moving out, I'm kind of moving, gravitating towards the center.
Are you doing anything to hide yourself?
Me?
Yeah, like, are you
Oh,
just walking forward? I think you stand about a foot over everyone else.
oh no. I mean, I'm straight up as like I'll fling back my cloak, whatever, as much as the golden scale will show. I mean, I'm not going to take off my armor or anything like that. I have some thematic ideas once we approach the frogmen. So I do have a couple of things in my favor, maybe to try to inspire more the lizard folk. Um, as I am a gold dragonborn, I do have a breath weapon of breathing fire. I also have a magical item that will also help with fire. So once we start this off, wherever I am in initiative order, my goal is to, the first 2 action rounds, is to really demonstrate a bunch of fire from me to the bullywugs in general, um, as a way potentially, if that's going to inspire the lizard folk more to, I don't know, maybe fight harder or whatever, to follow us inwards, and maybe to erase the previous mistake, the gaffe of mentioning burning.
So probably the first thing that you all would experience as you start to move forward is coming up on the actual lizard folk camp. and coming by all of their longhouses. If he described that there's 60 or 70 of his people here, there are 3 houses. So they very clearly live in these massive longhouses, but it's not spaciously. Uh, and then you do see that massive alligator that they have taken from the swamp. And you notice a few nods from the lizard folk as you do pass by, but it doesn't seem to be any commotion immediately happening upon your passing, but the guards do nod to you all. And Verthus, you would probably notice a little bit more like confidence in how they are recognizing and standing a little bit taller. But overall, there's a pretty solid perception. Let's see, I think everybody has a pretty solid passive in that you'll understand that these are broken people. And I think they all kind of stand a little bit taller as they see you passing by. And you still have about another like quarter mile between their camp and the actual mud hut camp of the bullywugs before you get to the castle itself. But probably the first time that you would really be in view of the bullywugs is at that little choke point where you start to pass through this last little gap before it starts to open up into the bullywug camp. And that would be the first time also that you see the main gate to this Barbican, which is the entrance that Snapjaw described to the castle itself.
So all of those huts in front of us, those are all bullywug huts?
Yeah, you just... I mean, for one, I like harvest my maps from the internet, so this is just a random map. There are
Sure.
a bunch of these small, very squat huts that are about like 2 to 4 feet high. They are much wider than they are high out of the mud, and that's why from a distance it would be hard to really spot them because it looks a little bit more like a mogul than it does like a house. That they are predominantly just these like bubbles almost in the swamp, and it kind of belies like where the frogs go to be more than that they have like these comfortable houses.
Right. I'm just my goal was more to like these huts are not lizardfolk huts, right? These are all bullywugs.
Yeah, you would already pass the lizard folk long before you
Okay.
actually make it to this map. And
Yeah,
that
I'm
was
just
again part of what he was getting at, where the lizard folk are like constantly insulted by everybody but Dralmor.
okay. Like along the way, as we like marched through the lizard folk, as they were kind of starting to perk up, I'm probably going to stop by. If I see any lizard folk that has any metallic weapons that we just passed around, I'm going to stop by each of those lizard folk and like grab their arm that has their weapon and like lift them up taller, like and make them grab the weapon, more firm as we go through.
You would notice different lizard folk who have them, but they are all very particularly hiding them. No lizard folk is openly holding a metallic weapon. And I feel
I
like
see.
it might have been very much glanced over in this conversation, but Dralmor has been smuggling metal weapons to the lizard folk because he wants them to be higher than the bullywugs, and it's Resmir's decision that the bullywugs hold a higher station than the lizard folk. But Dralmor is one of the cultists who's basically been trying to raise them up, and in that process has smuggled metal weapons for them to be a little bit prouder of themselves and a little bit more prepared to defend themselves.
Didn't ignore me on that last one.
Do we know what Dramir looks like?
Um,
I just don't want to like kill him.
It never specifically got asked, even though he dropped the name, and Snapjaw's not really with you at this point.
Okay.
Do
well.
do just a straight wisdom for me right now. Oh, what would
Oh,
that
did
be?
I
That'd
press
be
the
like
wrong
a
one?
16. Yeah, you're good though. Yeah, that's good enough. At some point, you would have heard him describe Drowmore as a blonde elf woman who is essentially the Castellan of this keep.
Okay. So I kind of say to the party, like, maybe is she someone we should look out for and try to, you know, not kill?
I don't see why we would spare her.
Oh,
She is a cultist, and we've interrogated 2 cultists, and most of them are far too far gone to be worth keeping alive for information.
um, well, just in case, would it be okay if we tried our best to hold off and talk to her?
As you wish.
Thank you. That would be great.
So, assuming. Oh shit, did Verthus already get into the ass checks?
Welcome to our party, mate.
Yeah, it wasn't by choice, but he sort of got grandfathered in.
Impressive.
I mean, day one,
Um,
that's a good sign.
This is good. This is gonna sound really strange, but how's Doc doing right now? So is Doc kind of drunk when I kind of see him, or is he's got his full faculties right now, or what's up?
What? I'm not drunk. You're drunk.
What?
He's as good as he ever is.
Oh, okay.
I feel like with my understanding of Lyra, that you would probably gather that maybe that's Doc's god, or goddess rather, and he's pretty good at it.
Really? Okay.
I don't think Doc actually has a god, like as far as things go, but I'm just saying I feel like that's a good way for Verthus to understand what's going on with Doc.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So I point to him and I'm like, see? Professional reveler.
But I definitely
I'm just,
don't think Doc has ever actually gotten drunk.
and I look at Sarad. It's like, don't make me lay on hands on you. I will kill that buzz.
I sip from my flask.
Doc sees you drinking an air toast.
Nice.
So moving through the camp a little bit, like as you all kind of start to progress, like through the Bullywug camp a little bit, you do start to notice that there's different points in the mud that seem to be smaller, like protrusions, about like 3 or 4 feet wide, but they seem to be entirely covered in mud. It's not quite like the huts, but awfully familiar. Fully distracted by the ass grab.
That's
So,
normal for us.
I mean,
let me
by
have
familiar, I mean, what are you kind of trying to suggest there? Like familiar as in we know what a hut does, or
Or like,
No, I was
are these
curious to see
dog
if I
huts
could
that have
provoke
been
any sort of action, like reaction or thoughts about this. But at this point, let me have everybody roll a dexterity check.
Regular dexterity or saving throw?
Just dexterity. Yep, regular. Yeah, 2 paladins. I'm not calling for saving throws if I can avoid it.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, so if they're within 10 feet of me, they get bonus. I'm not sure how to put that into their how
I
to
think
apply
that's for the
the
save, though. That's what I mean. That's
Yeah,
what I was
saving throw.
joking about.
just making sure.
And then the way it's been working with mine, because I've got the same, I'm also a paladin, is that we just sort of manually add it on ourselves after the roll.
Okay, good call.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any convenient way to make that happen. Alrighty, Doc. Now this is where we can do it. Do a dexterity saving throw, and I would say plus. I think Arlisle, you've got a +3.
Yes.
25.
So there is a large appendage that just all of a sudden snaps out of the mud, and this little bubble in the ground opens up, and there is a big frog underneath this area. As its tongue darts out, latches onto Doc's leg, and as it starts to pull him back, snaps off of his leg as he pulls his leg just away in time from this creature.
I would like to spit on it and stab it.
It's probably a good 12 feet away from you.
I'd like to spit on it and shoot an arrow at it.
Are we in initiative, or are we just reacting to a bullywug attacking?
That it's essentially a giant frog attacking. And my question is how is he reacting? So if he is shooting an arrow, this is going to at least start some of the things that will be happening here. But let's see. We're gonna have it come off a little bit sooner than that, with Vicious, as this tongue pops out of the ground and starts to latch onto Doc, and he's pulling an arrow. What is your thought, Vicious?
I will smash at it with the maul, I guess. Trying not to hit.
12 feet away from you, you're gonna run after it?
Ooh, I can try my new javelin. Can I do that?
Do you want to do it?
Yeah.
Did you read the full javelin?
I did before. I'm just trying to see why it won't let me do regular actions.
You have to actually click to equip it, and I don't think it takes... try reloading, I just equipped it for you. I rolled a 1 to see how many frogs there were.
Okay, so this javelin turns into a bolt of lightning, and each creature in the line, excluding me and the target, does this mean that Doc... Oh dear.
You have to activate that though as a once a day thing. You have to say a command word, and then it has to recharge. You can't use it again till the following dawn has passed, in effect. So you can save it and just use it as a slightly increased damage javelin, which has got it's like a 4d6 or something, or 3d6. I can't remember. Additional damage, or you can do a once a day AOE ability with it, where it attacks everything in the line. It's your choice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't understand that.
I know that because
Sure.
I tried to get those, but I only rolled a 6 out of 100 for it, so I couldn't find it.
She almost missed it. I gave her the same 90 percentile. She rolled a 13.
At least it was more than double my roll.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think the lightning damage needs to happen because we're going in and it might be useful later on when there are...
Exactly. 9 is going to miss the frog, though. But your javelin is currently in the mud, so it's a good reason to run after it and hit it with your maul.
Okay, I will do that too. How big is this frog?
It is about 4.5 feet and very Hadar-like. Oh, I
Well,
don't think I
I'm
ever
troubled.
gave you the name of the monk when I described him as wider than he is tall, but his name's Hadar, and you all will meet him in 2 weeks.
Well, I might as well turn on the rage. Arg! Basically, it's very eloquent.
Also, are we on the map yet with this combat or no?
Damn it!
Not necessarily, but there's also no reason necessarily not to be on the map yet. This was purely just the entering the castle at this point.
I mean, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
Uh, 13 does in fact hit, and
Really?
you said you were raging on it. The 10 damage, you're gonna smash it into the frog, and as you hit it with your maul, you hear a big but it seems to still be alive.
Well, that's unfortunate. Somebody else will take care of it then.
I believe the next person who would go forward is Arlyle.
Just 1 second, sorry.
Sweet, sweet pizza.
Ravioli today. Spicing it up.
You speak stuff now?
I just naturally
Sure.
assume it's pizza because I wish I could have pizza.
He always has pizza on Tuesdays.
That's
I-
what
I
I
have-
mean.
I do have takeaway pizza 5 nights a week, so you're betting with the odds on your side by saying I'm having pizza. I'm just going to move within 10 feet of it, and I'm going to give it a lance stab. But I might have to wade into mud for this.
Oh, you definitely are wading into the mud, but very quietly. Although your armor is still chinking a little bit. Ding, ding, ching, ching.
As I wade
It's
through it, I
probably
start
all mud.
vocalizing my discomfort in this. Oh, this is disgusting as I go towards it, and then as I get as far away from it as I can, I sort of lean forward. So I'm effectively 12 feet away, but by leaning forwards, I bring the lance within 10 feet of it, and I go for a stab.
Everybody, yeah, that's definitely gonna kill it. As you
Uh,
crit into this frog, you go right through its throat, and you just have it speared on your lance.
My face turned away from it, my mouth and eyes firmly closed to avoid spray into my face.
You all notice that while all of your boots are squishing in the mud, getting full muddy suction on this, every single step from Arlyle seems to be absolutely quiet, as if his boots are finding no issue pulling out of the mud.
Vicious, beast lady, don't suppose you'd be so kind as to remove this thing from the end of my lance. It's rather disgusting whilst you're collecting your javelin, please.
Sure. So I'll go and pick up both weapons.
So you all notice a few of these huts seem to show signs of movement inside, and what really perks your attention isn't so much that there's anything visibly happening, but the mud almost seems to be flowing and waving, as if movement inside of the hut itself is creating a displacement of the mud outside of it, and it's creating almost like shockwaves in the mud, like if you throw a stone into water, only it's very slow. But it's not incredibly viscous mud. It's still very much moving. It's just almost like a jello kind of thing. Doc, you are pulling your arrow to shoot at this frog, and Arlyle just speared it.
I'll shoot its clearly already dead body and say, I got it. He's dead now.
Does any of the blood spray off it after he hits it with his arrow?
Some mud gets on you. Not on your boots, but on your armor.
I turn to Doc and I just give him the ugliest stare ever. I hope that illness kills you soon, you ugly fool. You've been paying for laundry.
I'll wink at Arlyle and smile.
I smile back. Oh, you enigmatic dog.
Oh, we're off to a good start.
I can't stay mad at him. Look at him.
Probably just saved your life. You owe me one now, but right.
So you all have the opportunity. The bullywugs are starting to move. You can either go after them or you can move forward.
Oh, which hut is this that we're noticing the movement from?
Just some of the nearest ones. It's kind of like in general, the huts are starting to move. I swear I checked all of my tokens and I can't find my bullywug tokens, so I can't just drop them yet.
All
Well, we
right,
know
Doc will say, don't get distracted. Let's keep moving. Got a goal in mind here. Siege the castle.
that our
But
goal
if the
was to
lizards
kill the
come up behind us,
bullywugs.
Yeah, I thought it was kill frogs.
To raise the lizardfolk. I say we go after them.
yeah, if the lizards follow behind us, I don't want them to get ambushed by all the frogs.
Keep in mind, Doc is drunk.
Yeah, Titus will definitely suggest
I knew
going
it.
after
I
them.
knew it.
All right, there we go. I got my bullywug tokens. And it is currently on Perthus.
Let's see here. So let's get this party started. So do I have ability to? All right. So we're in initiative, or is this like we're just planning and saying what we're doing? Where are we at this point?
Overall, like, it's going to be a soft initiative. This is you guys confirming that you are going to fight them. I wanted to still place it before you that you didn't have to, and just see where you all went. So at present, yeah, you are essentially like going to be constantly in initiative until the end of this. But there's the level of when I don't really have tokens on the map, it's just as easily theater of the mind at this point.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, until kind of like the rest of the party musters, so to speak. Thanks for the OCD adjustment.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wow. I'm definitely going to position myself kind of like at this choke point of the water and so forth. Kind of like prepared to. I'm planning to do something in this direction of the large concentration of the huts. But I'm going to kind of wait for other people to kind of see what they do. So I'm kind of like holding my action at this point, and positioning myself right there.
What action are you holding, and for what trigger?
So the first action I'm going to hold is I'm going to I am looking for more than one target to be within 15 feet in front of me. The action that I'm holding is my breath weapon.
All right, that's actually an interesting one I've not necessarily ever thought of before. I feel like it still expends your breath weapon, regardless of whether it's going to happen.
If it
Yeah,
expends it, I'm going to move forward.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, you all are still essentially getting, like, surprise on these bullywugs. They're showing up for the commotion. That's going to be kind of like throwing away your breath weapon at this point.
This is a surprise round?
Yeah, essentially that frog, at this point, you all can kind of gather those frogs are throughout this area of mud, and if you get close enough to them and are not a bullywug, they're going to try to eat you. And the bullywugs are kind of coming out, but these are essentially off-duty bullywugs. They are not on guard. So you all are about to surprise these bullywugs here. As far as I do surprise rounds, you expend a resource to hold it. And besides, just with polearm mastery, and there's two potentially in front of you, if they move up to you, you get to attack one of them anyways. So I would definitely push you towards, if you want to like fight those two, move into combat and fight one of them, and the other one will eventually move up to you, and you can use your reaction like that. But like to me, holding an action is a specific trigger, a specific thing that you'll do once the trigger happens, and it uses your reaction.
Sure, sure. And then that's fine. I mean, for some of the things I want to do, I need more targets. So I will say then, at this point, move forward, and I should be within 10 feet of. He doesn't have a number, but the one that's within 10 feet of me to immediately in front of me.
Yeah, I just dropped him on the map, so he's not. Yeah, that's pretty much where he should.
Okay. Then yeah, that's where I'll position there to try to anticipate using my reaction and so forth. And I will go ahead and get this started if people want, and I'll attack that one in front of me.
Get it.
Seems to be taking a while to get to roll 20.
Oh yeah, 30. Is that a crit? It showed up on my D&D Beyond. It's not showing up on Roll20 right now. Yep, a crit.
Yeah.
So yeah, that you're just gonna. What is it? You've got a glaive, so you're basically just greeting this guy as it's like crawling through the mud, coming through this tiny little like crescent moon kind of slit in this hut, where it like squeezes out of the mud, and you're seeing the mud flow in front of it. You're just like placing your glaive into it like butter, and this thing's just going limp.
If that's the case, do I still have any more movement?
Again, it was kind of soft as far as I was concerned. This was going to be pretty much a theater of the mind encounter. So I think, yeah, you'd be, I think 20 to where you made that attack. You definitely have a 5 to get to there.
All right,
And
then
I think that would extend, like that could be all of it basically, because I just dropped you all at random, but I thought of you at that T junction. 24 will hit as well. And yeah, an 11's gonna kill as well.
then yeah, I'll go ahead and end my turn.
Highness, what have you in mind?
Tynus is just going to get into range and kill some frogs. So let's see. Trying to get closer to those two, and then cast guiding bolt on the bullywug that is slightly more north of the two that are directly east of us.
All right, not the northern one, the one in the middle.
Yeah, that one.
Excellent. Roll to hit with your guiding bolt.
As a 16.
16 will hit, and the light will dry this creature as it seems to shrivel up into the husk of a frog.
Are these things humanoid, by the way?
Give me one moment to look, and I will have an answer for you. Sarad, what have you in mind?
I will Sacred Flame the one that's furthest south.
I feel like Sacred Flame is a Constitution save? Or is that Dex?
I think
Dex save.
Dex.
16 before mods. I believe that's higher than your DC is 13.
14. So
14?
pass?
Yeah, it'll be over.
So it's
The
just half.
bullywug. No, I believe Sacred Flame is 0 if it passes.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's cantrip, right? Yeah. So it is gonna go up to Vicious. Vicious, you would definitely be kind of out there, right?
What was that last bit?
Just that, like, Vicious and Arlisle were the two people who moved up to the original frog. before I was actually moving it into an actual combat.
Okay, so I'll move over next to this one and smash at it with the maul.
Bullywugs are, in fact, humanoids.
Nice.
Does this matter to us in some way?
Matters to Tinus.
Come on, you know by now what's up, Vicious.
Yeah, you know what's gonna happen here.
Well, yeah. You were saying we shouldn't kill them if they were humanoid.
This was one of
What?
the few secrets that I did not share with the new folk.
Oh, they don't know?
Nope. I'm very excited to see all of the different ways this is played out. 15 will hit, and 15 will clobber the bullywug.
So does it need more smashing?
I mean, you can definitely more smash if you'd like to. I don't think you can make it to the other one.
Yeah, that's at 35. I can't go that far, I don't think.
Well, and I think you've already covered like 25 to get there.
Oh, right.
You
I
can
already
throw a
chose
javelin
one.
at it, though, at a disadvantage.
It's a brilliant idea. Gee, wouldn't it be great if I thought of these things? Okay.
Um, 12 damage. Yeah, that'll be enough that you're able to take out the next one as well.
Cool.
So, quick bit of work. There seems to be little bits of mud still kind of moving around in these areas. It's hard to tell whether it is like residual flow of this mud or if there are more creatures in these other huts. Do you all want to investigate further into the huts or move towards the castle?
I vote to purge the town.
Oh yeah, investigate these huts.
But let's not do it with fire, guys.
Oh, I'm not planning fire.
Fire attracts too much attention from far away.
Hmm.
Doc will just continue, casually keep walking toward the castle.
Doc, we're investigating the huts.
You'll hear him mumble under his breath, "No fight gonna frog me, I'll frog."
All right, those are the different points that you all are able to locate the actual movement in the area. If we move on to Arlisle, you guys can systematically go about this. You can somewhat work as teams to clear this faster. Let me know what you're doing and move forward there.
Hey, you've put some more on. So are those more enemies?
Yeah, these are the points in the mud that you all see moving right now.
Oh, it's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, bullywugs have a really interesting way of living. They basically just push on top of each other, and if there's space, that's where they sleep.
Alright, so I'm moving here, so I'm 10 feet away from this frog bastard. I'm going to give him the old stabberoo. .24 to hit for a whopping 5 damage.
You poke into it and a little bit of green goo comes out, but it seems to be overall healthy.
Alright, stab again then. 23, and before we say anything on that, I'm going to add on a Divine Smite, just a level 1. Which is, what is it, 2d8? I can never remember. Yep, 2d8.
Yeah, 2 for a normal. 9 damage will be enough that it kills it.
Well, it's exactly 9. Look at that. Nobody mentioned my rolls yet so far as well because I don't want to curse myself.
As you mention your rolls.
Oh.
Doc, are
Go
you
salt
walking
over your
into
left
the
shoulder.
castle?
Oh, I'm just keep walking. I moved myself, if that's okay.
Oh, like you already moved?
Yeah, I already moved my token.
But otherwise not taking any action?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yep.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I was after Arlisle. Okay, I will like look way up at the sky and point an arrow up, and you'll be like, "What the hell is he looking at?" And I'm gonna aim at the very most northern frog on the map, all the way up in the northwest corner.
Is this like a Babe Ruth thing?
Like a shot calling, I guess.
There's a hut between you that you can't really see that.
I move to the one right in front of it.
I think that's a little bit more viable to say that you've got a view on that giant frog. Like, I understand you want to exploit sharpshooter, but if you're going to exploit it, I need sight.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll go for that one.
Oh no.
Roll a d20 for me. I think Verthus has really high armor class. Can't really go that bad. Plus 9, that's 17. That'll hit. Take 9 piercing as Doc places an arrow in your back, Verthus.
Nice. Oh no.
Welcome to the party again. You've had ass checks. I'm being shot by Doc. At least he didn't down you like he did me.
Oh yeah, you've got the whole initiation done now.
Doc will yell out, "Sorry, you're part of the team now."
That was what, 9 piercing?
Yeah, at least it wasn't an actual sharpshooter, but I think the actual sharpshooter would have missed too, so.
Now I'm in a longbow sharpshooter at the far away, the one that I was originally aiming at. I missed.
You still can't see it though. The giant frog, you've got a line of sight
No, the
on.
one I just shot at. But,
Yeah, okay.
But this time I'm going to sharpshooter at it.
And it's gonna blink off of Verthus's armor.
Sorry.
No, some days it doesn't pay to be a dragonborn.
And that's the end of my turn.
The level of how well that's playing into Doc just being drunk at this point works out well.
Yeah, especially the natural one when the frog tried to bite me, and now this one too. But honestly, though, I do shoot everybody. It's sort of like an initiative. So welcome to the.
Oh, I got some for you.
What do you have in mind this turn, Verthus?
Oh, my turn? Well, the party seems to be kind of focusing to the southeast. I'm kind of like this lone stranger, I guess, up here.
Hey.
Hey. So I'm going to try
Nice
to.
name drop.
I know, right? I'm probably going to strategically, I think I'm going to pull back. So I'm going to go. Yeah, I think I'm going to go here and work on that giant frog in front of me.
Excellent.
All right, I'm probably going to do my attack and extra attack versus it.
Like just a single normal attack, and then you're gonna do the bonus, or you mean like the double then?
Probably double, see what happens, and then maybe a bonus action.
Gotcha. Yeah, 14 hits for 5 damage. It hurts it, but it's still doing fine.
All right, extra attack coming.
It bloodies it. You can definitely see the frog is well messed up with that hit. Want to do your bonus action?
Yep, I'm gonna do my bonus action.
Yeah, as you smash it with the hind end of your glaive, the pommel just kind of squishes through one of its eyes, and this thing seems to go limp.
All right. I mean, I have some movement left. I think I have 10 left. So let's see here. All right, I'm gonna end my turn right there.
Then on to Tynus.
All right. Tynus is gonna move up here. Then I'm gonna try to get that bullywug to the northwest of me with web. Trying to get him stuck to that hut, I believe. Not a bit 100% on how the web spell works, but I'm trying to stick him to a thing. Yeah.
Like immediately north of you there?
Yeah, that one.
I think the web really just ends up making kind of a difficult terrain.
It doesn't restrain them in any way.
No, like it's a restrain, but you're not like webbing it to something. You're webbing it in that square. It doesn't have to have something there to be webbed to. Like you're filling that area.
Oh, perfect. Then yeah, I'm just gonna web that bullywug right up there.
Yeah, and it's a 20-foot square.
That's a DC 15. Let's. Yeah, it's a deck save. DC 15, dexterity save.
So you've got a 20-foot square. Do you want it to be, which quadrant do you want it to be in, basically?
I'm trying to get it stuck of that 20-foot square. Just draw it, I guess.
Excellent, even better. And then Sarad, you will be up next right after this.
Right there. I believe that's 20. It's just 4 boxes up and down.
So as you shoot the web, it's going to leap out of the way and dodge that space.
Darn. That's going to be the end of my turn there. I think that's an action for me, yeah.
Sarad, what would you like to do?
So I'm gonna move. Was that where Verthus was before?
I think he was a space or so north of you, but you're close to it.
Okay. And I'm gonna drop a spiritual weapon in front of, I guess, the little guy that just ran away.
Let's see, I have a generic spiritual weapon under the spells in characters. I will pull it out and drop it for you. I think I have to give you permission for it, but...
Is that blue square the web?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
So, do you see that hammer, like, on top of... I didn't mean to drop it on top of your token, because you might select your token and not it. but you can tell me, you can move that spiritual weapon, I believe. Damn, I moved it out of the way so it's easier to select. Excellent.
And I'm aiming for the guy that just jumped out of the way.
Excellent. 14 will hit. You can click that pink spiritual weapon to roll the damage. So as he leaps out of the way of the web, your spiritual weapon, what kind of weapon do you create?
I like the image of a whack-a-mole. So it'll be like the thing at Chuck E. Cheese.
So it's like a hammer the size of this frog, basically.
Right.
As it leaps out of the way from the webs and they start to fill that whole massive space there, you create your spiritual weapon and just meet it on the opposite side of the web, smash it, and it just explodes into a green goo.
Linus will sigh a little disappointed.
Oh
Aw.
yeah. And then that's your bonus action. Do you have an action in mind?
Can I look around on the floor?
What are you looking for?
Any golden scales that might have popped off when he got shot?
Nice.
Roll a perception check. $16 was my target number. You can find a D4 golden scales.
Great.
If you make that into jewelry, we're gonna have words.
You can find 2.
Then you won't see it.
Sell it at the next town.
I'm loving that dynamic.
Is that essentially your action, looking for those and then picking them up?
Yeah.
Alrighty, it'll go to Vicious.
All right.
I would have
Hey,
never
is there-
expected it.
Is there some difference between the greener kind and the darker ones?
For what it is right now, they're all still pretty much immersed in the mud. Do a intelligence check for me. The ones that are emerging in front of the huts all seem to be the humanoid frogs. The ones that are away from the huts all seem to be the giant frogs that you killed first. They're all vaguely the exact same size. It's just the difference of the ones coming out of the huts have like spears. And I don't think any of them have actually gotten to take any action yet.
All right. Well, I don't think it actually matters to us, so I'll just go after the closest one.
$21 will hit. It's bloodied, it's messed up.
Didn't I kill that one my last turn?
I felt like you bloodied it and it lived.
I thought
So-
it needed 9 more to die, and then I rolled 9 with my.
Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. I wrote down that it was missing 12 hit points.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
my bad. I
bad,
should have.
Vicious. That one's already gone. I failed on the bookkeeping for that one.
Oh, so there was no frog there at all?
No frog.
Well, that's the next closest one.
I feel like you're roughly in that space, so the 21 hits, 11 also hits. So yeah, 25 plus. Yep, that'll be able to finish it off with that second maul hit.
All right then. And that's it.
Alrighty. Oh shit, I selected everybody. Whoops. I can't talk and select. One is going to rush up to Vicious. It's going to bite out at you with a crit and swing at you with its spear. It is going to crit you for 5 damage. So 2 because you're raging. And then the spear is going to miss you with a 15. And you are grappled. Which is probably more dangerous for the bullywug than it is for you. Oh wait, my bad. You're actually restrained. Which again is still probably more dangerous for the bullywug than it is for you. Then the next one is on 14, which is after Arlau.
So the one that's restraining Vicious then, if I give him the old stab, does that put her at risk?
Only as far as like a 1 is always a risk to hit somebody near something.
Alright, fantastic news. So I move to here, and then to here. And then the one north of me that's effectively got Vicious grappled, I'm going to stab it with my lance. Stay very still, Vicious.
Not possible not to be in danger. But a 10's
Only a
going to miss
10.
everybody.
That's fantastic. I'll go again then. For 11, that'll miss as well.
11 will miss as well.
I shouldn't have mentioned my rolls. Alright, that ends my turn.
Even meta mentioning the rolls was dangerous. Doc, it is on you.
Doc will take a couple steps forward and say, I'm glad to have you at my side, but try not to block my shots. And then he'll pull his bow back and aim and yell, incoming!
21 will hit. And yeah, 16 is going to kill.
And then he'll pull out another arrow, kind of like start like looking to the left there, and I'll just I'll shoot the one that's right there by the lake. Next, like closest.
The one
Directly
like just
north of me?
north of the pond.
Yeah, that one directly north of me. 15.
15 will hit.
Then he'll just look over his shoulder and say, "Save that arrow. It's good luck." That'll end my turn.
It like pops with a little bit of a croak, but it still seems to be like up and moving. Oh shit, I feel like I skipped one of the frogs. Damn it. One is going to move up, and it is going to attack 2. Sarad. The bite. An 8 is a 12, and then it's going to spear you with a 22. And the spear is... Ooh, it's a D8, not a D6. 5 plus 1 for 6 damage, Sarad. Alright, so I feel like I had the one that was before Doc. That is the one I missed, and then it's to Verthus. And that fixes.
Alright, so it's my turn?
Yeah.
For this? Alright, so since Doc is right next to me, I'm gonna smile like a ginormous, toothy smile at him. And it's I mean, we're talking all my teeth are extremely sharp. And I'm going to just be like, I'm a pleasure to be on the team. And I'm going to slap him on the back. Not very hard, but just enough to give him a little bit of heft. And then I'm going to expend 5 lay on hand points. And because I'm expending 5 lay on hand points, this has the effect of neutralizing poison. You are now sober.
When you slap me in the back, you'll notice that Doc sort of like throws up in his mouth a little bit and then swallows it again, so he's still drunk.
Ew.
No, he cures you. that's where paladins suck for me, and paladins suck for you to try to be a drunk.
So I've just
I'm
sobered
still
up.
swallowing the puke.
Well, there you go.
He neutralized all of the alcohol in your body much more than he made you puke, but you can certainly swallow the offal.
That puke is also neutralized. However, after I have done that as my action, I am going to move. And then I'm going to use my bonus action on that bullywog in front of whoever that is.
Gotcha, smack it
That's
down with the
Titus.
pommel.
Yeah.
Never actually thought about it. Is the bonus action attack still a 10-foot range?
Yeah.
5, that will hit. It's gonna leave that one blue. It's just gonna mess it up. I don't think that one's taking damage.
Actually, let's go ahead and retcon that. No, I can't. I cannot make that action. So I have to attack first before I can use the pommel.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that attack doesn't hit.
Still moving up into the area though.
Yeah, I'm gonna still stay there. And my goal is to move further north.
So I think that will proc the attack and give you what you were looking for.
Yeah, sure. I'll use the op attack on that. Oh, why didn't that roll damage?
12 will miss.
Okay, doesn't matter anyway.
And then what you've got, 15 feet of movement?
Yep, 15 additional feet of movement. I'm gonna go ahead and there, and end my turn right there, or end that reaction right there.
That is the next thing up. It is going to lash out at you with its tongue. 17 is a 20 to hit, and it is going to it's going to grapple you as it gets its tongue around you, dealing 2 whole damage, and you'll be grappled. Which reminds me,
So-
Vicious no longer has a condition there either.
Remind me on grapple. Do I have to break the grapple before I can take the attack action, or am I just like no movement?
With grappled, it's just 0 movement.
Thank you.
That is that giant frog's turn, going to a bullywug. It's going to, I think, running towards Verthus as well. It's going to run up. It is going to bite at you and then spear at you. It's going to crit with its bite, dealing a massive 2d4 plus 1 for 4 damage. And you will be grappled by it as well. Oh, there's actually restrains you, so it'll go further. You'll be restrained by the frog. And then its spear attack was an 18 to hit, but I believe that's your AC. And it's going to do 2 damage. I am crushing these ones. And then another giant frog. I believe that is the most northern one. It's going to move out, and it's going to lash its tongue out, I believe, at Tinus.
Warding flare.
A 12. That's going to miss anyways. I like seeing you all expend resources on these guys. And it's going to go to Sarab. So far, I'm pretty sure Doc has the max damage against you guys.
I thought Tinus was after Vertha.
Yeah.
I had you switch. She has a 6, and I have a 5 for Tinus.
Fair.
And I just had Tinus above her because I don't think I put them in the correct order.
Makes sense.
Oh, which technically I probably cheated you as well with that frog going before you.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think your dexes are probably even, so I'd normally give it to the player.
Oh, I'm gonna smack at the frog that's right in front of me.
You going for the giant frog that just attacked you that's like to the left of your spiritual weapon, or one of the bullywugs?
The bullywug that's like right
Excellent.
ahead of me.
The spiritual weapon will miss.
So because I've cast a spell to move spiritual weapon, I can't cast another spell. Is that right?
You don't have to recast it. It's your bonus action to move the spiritual weapon and to attack with it.
Oh, okay.
So make
if I
sure
cast
if you had to
Shillelagh-
press it again, most of the time it's pretty good about not expending that spell resource with like spiritual weapon, but just make sure that you're still only on the like one cast of that. Like spell slot wise. But yeah, you still have your action.
Then I will just whack at him, I guess. Oh, no, I'll just whack at him.
$13 will miss. And I believe then it will go to Tinus, unless you wanted to move away and risk proccing an opportunity attack.
All right, then. Since these are all sitting directly in front of Tinus, he's gonna bite the bullywug directly to the north of him and try to feed.
I believe you now have a bite attack.
Yeah, I just threw it on my sheet. Should it be a +3, or is it meant to be a +6 for proficiency and my dex modifier?
I do not believe you are meant to be proficient in it.
Fair enough.
I believe it is simply your dex.
Still a
Have his
21 to hit.
Have his teeth gotten sharper, or are they like human teeth that are flat?
Oh no, they're much sharper, especially when he does this. I'm gonna bite right for the bullywug's throat right in front of me. Just get some good blood in there.
What the heck?
Exactly. Yep. You're gonna be able to feed.
Yes.
Sarad, you see as Tinus like lunges forward at the bullywug and almost just pulls its neck back, or its face back, exposing its neck, and just plunges into its throat and starts sucking blood from its throat.
Oh, I'm glad these things are humanoid. I guess if I still have my bonus action, I'll drop a spiritual weapon to finish it off. Or do I just drain it completely dry?
No, it's still alive.
Yeah, then I'll drop a spiritual weapon to finish it off.
15 will
Nice.
hit for 7. Yeah, that'll take it out.
Linus will stand back up and wipe some of the blood off his face. Oh, that's so much better.
Now, because that one is dead, do I still have the restraining condition?
He's
I
gonna high-five
believe
his
you
bloody
are
hand.
restrained by the one north of you.
Okay. Just curious.
And then it's gonna go to Vicious.
Right.
You like stop last moment, like, ooh, I don't know what just happened here, but that seems wrong.
Wait, the high five for?
Killing a
Tynus,
bullywug?
she
Yeah,
like
killing the bulldog.
she like stopped herself like last moment. Like, maybe not.
Yeah, there's blood on his hand right now, so probably best not to high-five.
All right. So this blue pool, how deep is it? The water.
The one between us and them.
You can certainly try to jump into it and see.
I mean, I'm guessing it's not real deep.
What could
We'll see how
possibly go wrong?
What could possibly
exactly.
go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
As you step into it, thinking, oh yeah, this is all just the same muddy swamp, you fall deep into the water. It's going to end up basically taking a quarter, like 4 times movement to cross. So I think you will basically get stuck in the mud where you fall into it.
All right. Oh,
You want to use your action to dash and make it the rest of the way across.
yeah, because otherwise I'll lose my rage.
You could use your action to throw a weapon and maintain your rage instead of dashing.
True. I could start out throwing a weapon and then run over. Why don't I do that? We'll go back over here. All right. I will throw a weapon at it and then run over.
You'll need to move up a tiny bit first, but yeah, it's a good idea.
Josh, the plan is not to end the campaign, and I don't really care to have Ofa back.
Fair enough.
I mean, you're welcome to play your characters. You're welcome to create another mage if you don't want to play a paladin. But the plan is not to just end the campaign.
Alright, not to worry.
9 will miss, 14 will hit.
Oh, so do I get up next to it or am I like...
No, you cannot cross that water. If you're going to throw javelins, that's your action. And you can maintain your rage, but you're in...
Can I move at all? Or am I like still...
No, you tried to cross the water, and it's far too deep for you to move in.
Okay.
So basically
I'm stuck here. Does that make sense?
No, like you tried to cross it. So when you went to move into it, you like were running across, raging, getting all pissed, like I'm gonna kill this thing, and fell into water that was far deeper than you expected. You're like, yeah, it's just
that
a
makes
swamp.
sense. That makes sense. That's what I wanted. Fine. Like, is it over my head or is it like up to my knees? That kind of thing.
It's 13 feet deep, so you're pretty much like face sticking out of the water. You'll be able to walk out of it next turn, but like when you were in the moment trying to cross the water, it was definitely far too deep for you to do anything.
All right, so I'm going to spend the time trying to extract myself, and that'll probably be my next turn.
Let's see, the bullywug over. It's gonna charge up. bite out at Tinus for a 17, and then spear him for a 6, and the bite will do 4 damage.
I was gonna warding flare that bite.
The bite's gonna miss.
Woo! But the spear still does 4.
Nope, the spear missed.
Yes.
You have 2 warding flares gone on bullywugs.
I barely remember to use them when it's important anyway.
That's acceptable. Arla.
All right, I'm going to move after seeing Vicious go into the water and realizing it's certainly not something I want to do in my clothes. I'm going to move around the north along the boardwalk. So let me just count my squares since I'm moving diagonally as well. I want to make sure I don't go too far, so I'm going to do it 1 square at a time. Yeah, so it means I can get this far, and then I'm going to throw a javelin at the one just southwest of me, just on the opposite side of the shore to Vicious.
Alrighty, chucking it at the frog. Scott Verthus wrapped with his tongue. 21 will hit.
Okay, and then I'll throw another one.
And
Only a 13.
will, let's see. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Much
So,
obliged.
Verthus, you are still restrained by the bullywug north of you, but you are no longer grappled by the frog that is northeast of you. Both of those grappled and restrained you.
Oh, the frog. Oh, I see. So I gotcha.
Yeah, the frogs have a 15-foot tongue attack that can grapple you, or they have a 15-foot grapple attack that doesn't do damage. And then the actual bullywugs have a restrained when they bite onto you, like a grapple and a restrain.
I gotcha. Wait a second, is that my turn?
Like, it's on your turn. You can take an action just to bust out, but you can also just fight the thing too.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna attack with disadvantage on the one that's restraining me. The one directly north.
What is it? The disadvantage is because you have the reach weapon.
No, it's because I'm restrained, right?
Well, I think the reach actually does it as. I feel like I'm thinking of this wrong. Yeah, my bad. I was thinking attackers had advantage, but yeah, it's both ways. You are.
So they have advantage on me, but I have disadvantage on them.
Yep. I was confusing myself.
It's all good. So I'm going to try to, at disadvantage, to try to like bludgeon this guy to break free, with the weapon and so forth. Not a bad disadvantage roll.
15 hits. 8 will do bloodied on him.
All right, then I'm going to go again to try to keep on trying to get out of this guy. That looks like a miss.
Yeah, that one's gonna miss.
And I'll take my bonus action. See if I can try to get out of this guy even further. Oof.
That's gonna end up missing. So
all right.
Got the bullywug in front of Sarad. Is going to reach out for Tinus, the bite.
I'm not flaring this one.
And then the spear. Spear is going to hit with an 18. for 4 damage.
All right.
And then there is going to be war cries from the southwest as the lizard folk start to rally. I feel like the
Ooh.
bullywugs and the lizard folk were the two icons I didn't make sure that I had set for all of these fucking things. So for now, I'm skipping it. And it's the one north of Verthus is going to bite at him at advantage. It's going to miss, and then spear is going to miss. I don't think it can bite at you if it's restraining you either. Sarad, what are you doing?
I will have my spiritual weapon hit. And then I'm going to cast Shillelagh and try to hit the guy in front of me again.
Excellent. Alright, the Shillelagh's gonna hit. Spiritual weapon's going to miss. And then let's see. I think we're gonna do the last frog, and then that's probably just gonna get cleaned up by you all in this next turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got skipped that round anyway.
Oh, word. Make an attack for us. What is it? You're right before Verthus? Yeah, do that attack.
Yeah, it was supposed to be after Arlo.
That is correct.
I will aim at I'll aim my bow over towards Verthus, and you'll kind of hear me mumble, I was having a pretty good time until someone decided to ruin all the fun, and I will shoot the one that's grappling him.
And thematic if it were one.
Well, I'm not drunk anymore, so I might have actually used something to make sure it wasn't. And then I'm going to shoot the one that's directly in front of Tynus.
Yeah, the
Assuming
17
that
will
one's
kill
dead.
that, yeah. That'll kill. So, I don't think I actually hit with any of those that came between, like, Arlisle and where we got to. But I think between those two shots and Verthus having normal attacks, I think you all will be able to clean them up as you hear the lizard folk arriving. And not waiting for next turn to happen.
Doc will yell out, Lizardus, Liberatus, raise his bow in the air.
If we're cleaning them up, so if you're just kind of like montaging the end of this combat, do we see any more movement in the mud? Is it kind of relatively still here?
At this point with the mud, most of this seems to be cleaned up. From what you have heard described from Snapjaw, this was approximately half of what he described as 30. So this is probably like the off-duty bullywugs are these here. There might be, what is it? I think you all got 15 or 12 of them. So you can expect kind of from his description that there are between 12 and 18 bullywugs inside of the castle at present. That's more or less his description that you would have gotten. But let's take a short break here and we'll move forward with a little bit more action after this and see what you all have in mind as the lizard folk start to arrive in this location.
Sure. How long's the break?
Say 4:30. I think he left.
Oh, okay.
You guys soon.
Man, that was a stroke of luck that these things were humanoid. I was worried they were gonna be too froggy.
How does that taste compared to humans?
I like to imagine that they've got a more Cajun taste.
I heard they taste like chicken.
I've had frogs legs IRL, and yeah, they do kind of taste like chicken. Really, not good chicken, but chicken nonetheless.
It's like in between chicken and squirrel, but a little more lizard. Or
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Wait, so are you a vampire?
More or less.
Wait, how
Kind
did
of
you
a
work that
weird
out?
version of vampire.
he's
Would you say?
definitely a fan.
I'm not fully a vampire.
Keeps making characters that are like holy and good, and then they all eventually end up becoming the most biggest evil thing you can imagine. Eventually, over time.
I don't know why I'm so attracted to the undead, but I always end up turning my good characters into undead.
Well, you being a lich thing that started off as us joking, and then eventually over time it just sort of became meta, and then yeah, you just turned evil as fuck.
Yeah, I turned Apkin into a lich. I turned Asa was already a warforged, which is an undead machine, and now I've turned Tynus into a vampire. So none of this was on purpose, by the way. This just always kind of happens to my characters. They end up undead.
Yeah, the thing with Asa as well is that originally you tried to make him as just like a mechanical gladiator, and then it slowly dawned on you that, oh wait, shit, hang on, no, these are soulless monstrosities, and so your character it wasn't even intentionally meant to be that way. Just over time.
I was making a cool robot gladiator, but it turned out, nah, he's an undead robot gladiator.
Yeah.
If I cast an undead, will that affect you?
No, probably not. But
Okay.
to be honest, Tynus is only like half aware of what he is. All he knows is that he needs to eat humanoids every 5 days. If you were to cast Turn Undead, he would be just as surprised by the situation as you would be.
Nobody's really checked.
Okay.
Yeah, he
I
had
So
some
don't.
only
scholars
Mara
go
knows.
figure it out, but he didn't actually meet up with them to get any answers.
I don't think
Got it.
Arlyle's done anything like detect undead. What is it? The detect spell that paladins have.
I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, go ahead, turn him, see what happens.
Yeah, we only sort of like even discovered what was wrong with them or that there was something going on last week or 2 weeks ago when Vicious and I like saw him chasing down random like workers and then like start vampire biting their necks and sucking their blood.
I was like 2 weeks without feeding then, so he was really desperate.
Good to know.
But I actually thought the bullywugs were gonna be like, I don't know, too froggy or like their blood would be poison or something. I didn't know what it really was gonna happen, but I was like, if I were Tynus, I would still try to feed as soon as I noticed they were standing humanoid.
I feel like bullywugs in the like old 80s cartoons were humans who were cursed into being frogs.
Oh,
I really don't know too much of the lore on those ends, but to me, I just like the idea of different creatures essentially evolved into intelligent races. So you've got like their more primitive versions, and then their actual, like, what they call humanoid is just like the intelligent versions. So it's not so much that they have to have a human past as they have to have like almost like that latent intelligence in their blood.
yeah, that makes sense. Either way, I won't get the effects of this until another long rest, but still, it's nice to know after the next long rest he won't be exhausted again.
I'm back whenever everybody else.
Oh shit, did Verthus just ask if he wants to be scaled?
Imagine gold dragon scale sell for a lot.
Oh, it was what's it called? It was because earlier Vertha said at least he didn't roll a 1 about Doc's shooting.
Oh,
And I replied, too bad. So he was just responding to me.
Yeah, that's generally my twist to a crit fail, is that once you roll a 1, if there's anybody in melee combat or anybody in line, it's like a whole new roll to hit against like somebody else at random. So it makes it so a 1 isn't like an automatic hit, but it does give that chance also that it can then become a crit. So it could be like a nat 20 after rolling a nat 1.
I thought it was hilarious that you picked up the scales, though. That was super.
That's like
I
to a
think next
T.
time if he I think next time if he sees me doing it, I'll pretend it was for him.
That's
But
like
yeah,
to a T why I
just
have
want
to
to
ask, like, what are you getting at? Like, what are you looking for? Because I don't want to say no to what you're looking for. So
I appreciate that.
I'm like, I feel like I've been preparing for this since we started talking. So, yep, definitely scales. Of course there are scales on the ground.
I mean, when Doc shot him, I just thought, oh, I wonder. We're gonna have to get him drunk again, so we have more opportunities for that sort of thing.
Oh, that was amazing too.
Oh yeah, I feel like my characters always perfectly play out like dice rolls in accordance to like whatever I'm role playing. Cause he like rolled a 1 to like step in like the hole and get attacked by the frog, and then he rolled like another 1 after that, and then he rolled a 1 for the attack. It was like all perfect.
I don't think you've ever failed a con check though to see how alcohol affects you.
Oh, I nat 20 the last one. That was ridiculous.
You know, I was making some coffee just now, and I feel like I'm being conspired against here.
Just
No,
a little
it's
bit.
the opposite.
Like the ass grabbing and being shot. I'm suspecting like there's a scale scavenger hunt for this dragonborn.
You got inadvertently hazed. That's all it is.
Ooh, I
Plus,
feel
you
like
saw nothing.
grabbing ass and taking scales are two different levels.
Yeah, those things are on there, man.
That might need to be like a contested ass grab check instead of just an ass grab.
Oh, the ass grab thing only even came up because Josh and I both said back at the same time, and then he said like twinsies or whatever. And then that's why I was like, did you just grab my ass? Because like we got back at the same time. It worked out perfectly though. I thought it was hilarious.
I can't even remember who the original ass grab victim was though, or how it even started.
It was an indiscriminate ass grab. You just put your hands out and close your eyes.
I mean, that was early in the campaign. I feel like Josh came in on like week 3, so it was like 44 weeks ago that you joined. That's fucking crazy.
I'm pretty sure, actually, now you said it, it was Jape grabbing Gotteric's ass, wasn't it?
That sounds right.
I definitely feel like it was the tavern shenanigans. Because that was back still when we would run for like 4 to 5 hours and then hang out in the tavern for a few hours afterwards.
Definitely drunken tavern shenanigans. And all I have to say is he grabbed one ass and he's been cheeky ever since.
Yeah, he got a taste for ass grabbing. Yeah, the whole like sort of first 8 weeks of that first campaign was basically just one big piss up for our characters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, it was super fun. Especially like that was my first character I ever played. I know, like for a lot of you guys, it was your first.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounding off now. I'm here.
I feel like
Welcome
that's
back, mate.
everybody. I think I've heard Jamie already say something.
Really.
So you all basically have this little like bit of cleanup where again it seems like the mud has kind of calmed down in this area. the lizard folk are coming up from their area and they're starting to approach the actual castle. And this is where you would actually start to see Snapjaw at the head of the group. Ooh, I didn't actually think about what kind of weapon he would have taken, but you actually see that they all appear to be holding actual steel weapons at this point and are openly carrying them. What are your thoughts?
Could I run
Well,
up and ask
Verthus.
him?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Could I run up and ask him really quick about the elf that we may or may not want to hurt?
Yes. Dromore likes the lizard folk. Dromore
So we
does.
should not hurt her, right?
Like, kind of looks at you side to side, dropping his head. Roll an insight check for me.
It's an aside as well. I mean, I'd like to help Vicious out of the swamp. I can't remember if I said that or not.
So you can tell he doesn't really know why you would hurt her. Dromore's nice to the lizard folk. We just had to remove the frogs. We just want to be nice to Vorhammer.
Okay.
If you're nice to Dromore, she just wants to leave. Get rid of the cultists, and she'll be free of this place.
That's exactly what I needed to know. Perfect. I don't want to hurt her either.
So do these lizard men that are lizard folk, I should say, that are approaching, do they all have metal weapons? Because I was thinking there's a whole bunch of spears and everything. If none of the approaching quote unquote army has weapons, we can take the spears off of the fallen bullywog and give them to the lizard folk more.
Ooh, that's a great idea, and they'll be very grateful.
They will collect up more of the weapons. Most of them at this point actually start to move into the bullywug camp here, and you see a lot of them start to drop onto all fours, and they start to move into the huts themselves. And you can see that they're probably much more comfortable than all of you moving around in what is essentially like many feet of muck in this whole area. And they're searching to see if there's more frogs, if there's more bullywugs in this area. But they kind of disperse through this camp as they're searching for the rest of the bullywugs and looking to eradicate any that remain. As you approach, though, Verthus, Sarad, Snapjaw's gonna look over to Verthus, and he's going to say to you, though, Dromore has to follow Rezmir. When the gold one kills the black one, Dromore will be safe. Let her go, let her be free, get rid of the cult.
But Dromore, is a Dromore a cultist?
Yes. She rules the castle. It's her castle.
Out of character, I feel like Verthus is kind of conflicted here.
Oh, that's perfectly acceptable. It's not meant to be a clear choice. But you guys understand, like you would have been told by now, Dromore is the Castellan of this area. Rezmir keeps the castle because of the Black Dragon and has instituted Dromore as the Castellan. So Rezmir is here at times, but doesn't necessarily live here. Dromore is like stuck here. She wants to be elsewhere, but is basically appointed to this spot.
All right, then I'll reply in character then. If Jamor friendly towards us, Jamor can leave.
If Rezmir is alive, she will fight to the death.
I will take care of Rezmir. We will take care of Rezmir.
If given the choice and the Black Dragon is removed, Dromore will leave.
All right.
Or what?
What was that, Jamie?
What will Dromore do?
He was basically saying if Resmir is here, if Resmir is alive, Dromore going to fight to the death. If Resmir is gone, you can get rid of her by sending her off. And that, again, that's left to you all to decide which way you want to try to take it. But what he's saying is that she is stuck here, serving the cult. She is a cultist. You can assume she's probably not a terribly good person, but she doesn't want to be here, and she's not necessarily your enemy unless Resmir is still there.
So we need to try to gun him down.
Find out what her allegiance to Tiamat is without him.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, out of character, I would want to interrogate her somehow, get some information out of her. But I mean, Verthus's first inclination is, you know, all cultists are nails and he's a hammer. But I think he also has enough intelligence to see the bigger prize.
So are you taking any more time to talk with Snapjaw before moving forward? I feel like most of you all would notice that there seems to be movement inside of the...
Well, I mean, I hate to ask this question, and maybe, this is not the normal thing, but I mean, the proverbial thing that D&D does at this point after an encounter is, like, you always say, like, loot the bodies. I mean, if we did a cursory look, did we find anything of value, or just it's a bunch of spears and huts?
Frogs.
Yeah. No roll necessary on the bullywugs. When you start to look through their things, they seem to be a very primitive society. The things that they do keep don't seem valuable to anybody, and most of their possessions is mud.
Okay, just making sure there wasn't some, like, artifact controlling them or something. I'm good.
I'm ready to move forward.
Let's do it.
So as you all approach the gate, you see that there is a portcullis raised high above this, like, 5-foot entry area into that initial spot off this landing. It's a large area ahead of you. You've seen movement kind of passing through in the shadows inside, but you don't really see anything in particular as you start to approach it.
So we're around like here now.
No, you would still be outside of it. You guys took long enough that it's pretty safe to say entering that part of the castle is probably not going to be safe. Trying to allude to the fact that you see signs that you're walking into an ambush.
They have one of those doorbell cameras.
Like a bunch of people fighting outside of there for 20 seconds and then talking to a lizard for another minute.
I think it's safe to say that they've been alerted to our presence, so perhaps we should proceed cautiously.
We anticipated this would happen. Of course, they'd know we were here now.
The front door it is.
Front door would now be a trap, Vicious. I don't think we want to go. Well, actually, what are our other options?
Yeah, can I kind of look around the moat, look around the base of the castle at this point? Either perception or investigation check to notice if I see any weaknesses. Are there any holes in the wall? Is there any grates or anything that could potentially be a different avenue for us?
You can do a perception. Overall, what you're able to spot is there's different areas where there's shorter distances where the moat is much closer to the actual edge of the castle. Most of those points are at the turrets, where it seems like the turret goes out into the moat. A lot of those different spots seem to have less water, but there's higher walls. As you look over everything, despite the ancient nature of this castle, how long it's been here, and how swampy the area is around it, your knowledge of the Mirror of Dead Men, this place doesn't seem to have been affected by the swamp rising up around it. It seems sturdy. The stonework looks like pretty solid. The big weakness is you can tell right off the bat that portcullis is not going to ever move again.
On the turret sides of the castle, are there any windows?
A lot of them have arrow slits. There's no specific windows.
Well, I don't know. It still might be viable, I guess. I mean, somehow scale, maybe have our sharpshooter shoot an arrow in an arrow slit, and with rope and scale it somehow. I think that might be of a stretch, but
That's assuming that no one's standing in the
above
room.
that.
So there's a giant portcullis in the front that you said does not look like it would move again. Is there any evidence as to like where people are entering, or frogs or lizards are entering, or do we get any kind of like inclinations from our lizard friend?
There's a single entrance. Anything else is scaling the walls.
Well, isn't the single entrance the portcullis though?
Yep, but it's stuck in place.
Stuck open?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Stuck open. Okay. I definitely got the impression when you said it was stuck that it was like closed. I got you.
So it's either walk directly into an ambush or scale the walls.
I mean, I don't know if there's something. Do we want to look around the castle? I don't know if that'd be a waste of time.
Even to look around it would require us to go through the water. This is the only land-based entrance that we can see.
Hmm.
And of course, the water is full of alligators.
By the sounds of it, very large alligators.
I could potentially roll a ball of fire into the entrance and see what it.
What if it hits the lizards?
Plus, I mean, is that floor wood?
Oh, it is. I hadn't considered that. Never mind. Don't want to burn our only way in.
Even if you all were close to the entrance, when you're looking into this place, everything seems to be swamped out with mud. The stone seems fine, but most anything that isn't stonework seems absolutely dilapidated. Dilapidated?
No, you said it right the first time.
And you said, are these walls less than 40 feet tall?
Outside of the turrets, most of the area is not higher than like what appears to be 2 stories from the actual like arrow slits. Like scaling the walls is definitely a possibility. It's just how you all want to attempt it. But like the turrets, those are all 60 plus. Those are all 3 stories at least. Well,
And,
I guess not
just to
really
get-
at least.
To get like the full perspective of this castle, does it appear to have like a complete roof on it, or is it like your typical like medieval looking castle that it has like big walls but not necessarily like a full roof?
You all don't really have a perspective that's going to give you a sense of the roof. The stonework from your perspective is always higher than what appears to be like the floor, if that makes sense. I don't know how to really put that out there for you.
No,
I mean,
that's fair enough. So I guess. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, no, you go ahead. Sorry.
Doc would just say, I guess from where he's at, he didn't really go too far, like up north, but it's like we pretty much either walk in the front door into an ambush, or we could try to creep around the back area there and attempt to scale the wall. But it's not like they're not going to see it coming either way.
It's more like a castle where they have like the toothed encampments rather than any of these turrets like have a peak that's like shingled. Is that what you were asking about roofs?
Yeah, sort of like when I picture a castle, I picture there being like an outer wall, but not necessarily like a complete enclosed like structure, like a house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like from the description that you all would have gotten, most of this is the wall, and then there's a central turret that is what most people would understand as the keep.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was picturing. So yeah, I guess Doc would basically say like we can either walk right in the front door and into a clear ambush, or we can try to be like kind of slick, send the lizards in the front and go around the back.
I like the lizards go around front, but would I know? Does the party know that one of the party members has, those boots that allow them to climb walls?
No, he was talking about having those. He did not go for those.
Okay.
But I think you would vaguely understand that maybe Arlyle does indeed either really love his boots or he probably has magical boots.
Well, I mean, I don't. I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know about the boots. So.
Yep. And the lizard folk are allies. They can help you in some ways. They are not going to assault this castle for you.
Maybe we should
Snapjaw?
ask around and see if any of the lizard folk know a way in.
Exactly.
When you ask Snapjaw, he points to the front entrance.
Oh.
Lizard folk have only ever come in the one. Right here. It's open.
Snapjaw, do you know what kind of traps they might set up in that entrance?
Frogs.
So they'll just be waiting for us.
They're probably pissed too. They probably just watched you kill all their families. Women and children.
Most likely. Do you think we
No,
could form maybe...
you killed all the women and children.
Oh, okay, good. Do you think we should form a shield wall? And he's going to say this to the more or less the rest of the party. If they're just going to try to ambush us with a direct attack when we walk in, perhaps we could all use our shields to form some sort of wall between us and them and just charge in to try to get through the initial ambush.
You could probably talk the frogs to death. They'll probably dry out.
Is that a possibility?
Good one,
I'm
Snapjaw.
very good at talking.
Yeah, frogs are CR 1/4. Maybe just fight them.
Fourth fail.
Some strange words you have spoken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
6 level 7s and you're afraid of them. Just move on in. Fight them.
Walk right in the front door like we own the place.
Did they really hurt you that much? It seemed like the doctor was the only one who hurt you.
Point on the doll where they touched you.
I'm actually not a doctor. It's just
Definitely introduce yourself as the doctor.
doc. I was actually
That's false advertising.
A doctor
Well,
of science.
technically I have my doctorate in dentistry. It's not false advertising. It's just a matter of understanding. Whatever, Snapjaw. We just liberated you. I don't need you. Doc will start walking towards the front. I'll pull my shield out at least.
I think
I'll
psychologists
walk
take
with
more
him.
school than docs.
Yeah, Tynus will join Doc and hold his shield out on the opposite side of Doc holding his.
And
He's
I'll do
gonna
the
go
same
for
with
his shield
mine.
wall situation.
Before we move too much forward, I mean, do we see like any imminent threats moving forward? The only reason I ask this is, do we want to take like a short rest? I'm down about 17 hit points myself, so I was thinking about spending a hit die to try to recover a little bit of that before using up too many resources.
The only downside I see with spending an hour is that if they were seeing us, killing,
Mm-hmm.
yes, they're mobilized, but maybe so too are the lizard folk who are inside the castle and see us approaching.
Okay.
I wouldn't want them to be fighting in there by themselves for an hour.
There's also the possibility that whatever they've had set up now only took them the time we were doing that fight to set up. If we give them an hour of short rest, they may be able to set up something much more complex.
Right, let me just cure wounds you once, yeah?
Okay, cool. Let's do that.
You could always lay on hands yourself as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, but since she offered,
Only you still have
Wait, why
those,
was it 4th level?
what?
only you
Damn.
still had those 5 points from earlier. What a waste.
Did you mean
It's
to do a
D&D
level
Beyond
1?
automatically casts
I meant
it
to
at
do
the
a
highest
level
level.
1.
It does that by itself automatically. You have to set it to cast it at the lower level.
Oh.
I was about to say, sweetheart, one level 1 spell's fine.
Wait, let me see if this works.
Yeah. So if you just swap the actual,
Was that right?
where that works too. Yeah, that's the actual.
Still.
A big dragon like you shouldn't be whining like this. And I. Boop.
Wow.
So the shielded folk are running in first.
That's the plan.
Yeah, I'll go up front with my shield out.
Doc is, Tynus is next to Doc with his shield out too.
All right.
Yeah.
Got
So
my shield out.
move yourselves into the room, please.
Yeah, maybe do party order in a row here. Hey, Sarad, why don't we change places?
Okay.
I'm trying to keep as many people in my aura as possible.
Yeah, you got mine as well, mate. So
Yeah, we have a
Fantastic.
whole other paladin.
Hey, double coverage. What?
Oh boy.
Did they pop out of the wood?
I think it's more like we just
No,
charged
that's
in
what I
without
was
knowing where they
saying.
were.
That they were waiting for you. They just let you charge into the room.
Oh, wait, saying this is a room? I thought this was like, never mind.
This is like the entrance, the Barbican of the castle. It is this crescent moon object, and then you guys basically ran up to the entryway that is like 130 feet long, looking into the actual, like, it crosses the moat. So you are still like on the opposite side of the castle.
Fantastic. Well, then probably, I mean, the nearest, you choose, but the nearest target, I'll probably smack real quick.
Tynus is gonna drop a Spirit Guardians as soon as he gets his bearings on
All right,
this.
just hold up. You guys are walking into their trap.
Surprise round.
My point is when I offered you guys to ignore the bullywugs outside, that was your ability to surprise these people without them being ready for you. It was ignore the outer bullywugs and go into this. Otherwise, you spent that whole time in view of them.
Yeah, I didn't know that we were going into this. Never mind.
We'll be
Or
fine. We've been in worse situations. We died in those situations, but we've been in worse.
It's a frog bush. Damn frog. I don't know.
Like, I'm thinking that frogs, they have hundreds of tadpole babies at a time, right? So that's why there's so many.
Mm.
No, we killed their children.
Snapjaw told you all there were 70 lizard folk in this area and 60 bullywugs.
Count.
And that there's usually like 40 bullywugs at the castle, and that there's usually 50 lizard folk at the castle.
But then he said he beefed up the lizard folk numbers, right?
Yeah, that they'll be inside of the castle like to fight as well.
That's fine. Yeah.
I suspect that killing all of the women and children has probably struck fear into the hearts of these creatures.
That's right.
Or rage.
We
or
can
rage.
kill children.
Yeah, they're definitely not strong, so you guys should be able to handle yourselves still. It's gonna start off with Vicious here.
Alrighty. They're not lined up nicely for me, and for them to be lined up, I'd kind of have to go in the water, so that's not gonna
No,
work.
you guys are inside of the room. There is no stepping out into the water here. This is you are now
okay.
inside of like a stone room.
So south of dock, is that? Well, that's not gonna work. Trying to line them up in a straight line, like bowling pins or something. It's not gonna work. I will run over here and not block Carlisle. I will run over here and just start bashing. And turn on rage and see what happens. So the one to my west. Is it down
Smashing
yet?
Frog, 23 hits. 16 will leave it bloodied.
Okay, then we'll smash at it again.
12 will hit and that will kill it.
Okay, and then I'll try rage at the one that Arlisle can hit. So the one
Rage Drool.
so to speak.
Yes, the drool.
There's no so to speak about it. It's confirmed. It's canon. It's true.
Yeah, it's lightning damage drool.
My bad. I got distracted by you actually doing the lightning damage. Which one was it to? The one like southwest of you? Or
Yeah.
northwest?
Southwest.
Gotcha.
I figure Arlisle can finish it off.
Yeah, Arlisle will be next up in the initiative order here.
All right, I'll go to stab the one that's got drool on it then.
Don't worry, it won't get on you.
It's 15 to hit for 6.
15 hits.
6 damage. And then only a 10 for 12, so that'll probably miss.
Yeah, 10 will miss.
You were saying Vicious? And that'll then my turn.
That nothing from me is going to get on you, so don't worry. The splatting from the frogs may get on you.
Why do you think I use a weapon with a 10-foot range?
Alrighty. Think that is in initiative order. The 8's out of place. Killed my frog that actually got to go fast. Let's see. This one. This one's going to close in, and you can take your reaction as it moves closer to you, Verthus.
Okay.
Because I definitely copy-pasted them, not necessarily that's where they were. Nine will miss. And then it is going to reach out for... Looking for vicious, so no. It's going to go straight at Verthus after you attack it. The bite is going to be a 21, and the spear is a 17. So it is going to bite you for a d4, 4 damage, and it's going to restrain you. Listen, what did I do with my frogs? It's way too high. That should be the 12. I think I have an extra frog out right now. Bam, it was that frog as it teleports out of the way to make the place of the other one. And then this one's going to close in, and it's looking for... What is that? Highness? Can't really make it, so it's gonna go for Doc here. The bite is a 17, and then the spear is a 17. 2 damage from the bite, and 7 damage from the spear. And that will restrain you. And then
Would you say 17?
The 17's the hit?
Yeah. Is that what you said?
Oh, you got 18 now. My bad. I didn't realize that your
No,
AC went up.
No, it's only 17 with the shield out. Because it for whatever reason it puts 18 because of the ability, but it's 16 with daggers, 17. So they both hit me.
Oh, because you have a miscellaneous bonus with dual welder. So you basically gain 1 AC for using your shield instead of the 2.
Yeah, so I take 9, you said?
I think it was...
7 and 2, is that what you said?
Yeah, that sounds right. And then it's on you, Doc.
And then how does restrained work again? I can either try to strength check away from it or I can attack it.
Yeah, your attacks are at disadvantage. You are attacked at advantage. You have no movement, and you can use an action to try to break out, or you can try to kill the creature. And dexterity saving throws are one of the things that you are disadvantaged at. Shit, I don't have Snapjaw in there.
Okay, I got you. And if I try to break free of the grapple, does that take like my whole action or does that count as an attack, one of my 2 attacks?
It's your action.
Okay, I got you. All right, I'm just going to I guess as it grapples me, I'll just drop my shield and then I'm going to just dagger it.
Snapjaw speared and axed one of the giant frogs. Critting with his spear, he split it in half.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to dagger the one that's grappling me. Is that the one directly south of me?
Yes, it's like bit onto your leg right now.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to dagger it with disadvantage and I am going to use sharpshooter. Son of a bitch.
You can definitely drop an arrow directly through its head as it pierces through the rotten floor, and this thing is speared to the ground as if it were. Oh man, I'm thinking of how you poke like a insect to like display it on a board.
I don't know. There's just something about these frogs. I hate them. Then I'll take a step back. I don't know. Does that one get the opportunity to attack me that's grappling him?
Yeah, it'll strike out at you. 18 will hit, and 4 damage.
Right, affirmative. And then I will take a dagger and I will wink at Verthus and say, "Careful now." And I'll throw a dagger at the one that's grappling him. This time. And then one more at that same one.
Without your solid buzz, you are incapable of hitting it.
3 threes in a row.
That double 20 was nice, though.
And then-
Yeah, for sure. Especially against the one that was like double disadvantage grappling me.
And then it's going to move to Verthus.
Yeah, 1 in 400 roll.
So Doc is probably no longer restrained, eh?
Yeah, he's freed from it.
Okay. I won't attack my restrainer then. At disadvantage. That should
23
work.
will hit, 14 will kill.
Fantastic. All right, then I want the frog to my southwest. Whoa.
Oh, my bad.
I was like, holy shit.
Sudden death.
I know, right? God says no.
Speed clicking.
So the bully who walked to my southwest, I want to attack him.
Alrighty.
Looks like a miss.
12 will miss, yep.
Bonus action.
That's going to miss as well. You're able to raise
Alright.
your glaive, cutting that one's like face off that was bit onto your leg. And as you strike out at the one at the wall, it's just like dodging with its massive legs. And it just dodges to the side. And then you swing at it with the pommel, and it's going to go to a giant frog.
Okay. And my turn.
Let's see. It's going to strike out at Tynus. 13's going to miss. And it's going to go to Sarad. That was just like one of them against the wall there.
Oh, I thought it was attacking me. I didn't realize. Okay, it's my turn. I will cast Shillelagh again. Move up and try to strike the one right in the corner.
What is it, Shillelagh's for a minute? Or
A
is it an
minute.
hour? Okay. And that's your bonus action when you use Shillelagh?
Yes.
Gotcha. $18's gonna hit. 7 damage is going to leave it bloodied as you crack it across the skull. That bullywug's gonna run up after Sarad. Do you want to react to that?
I will react to that. Damn it.
8's gonna miss as at the last moment it leaps out to bite for her leg. 17 is a 20 to hit, and the spear is going to miss with a 12. It's going to bite into your legs, Sarad, and restrain you with 3 damage. Then it will be on Tynus.
Tynus is gonna toll the dead, the Bollywug to the west of him.
Gotcha. Right over Snapjaw.
Yep. That one took drool damage, right?
Yep, he's got damage on him. I feel like drool as well as a lance.
Well, DC 14 Wisdom save for 10 damage.
They make me look up their actual stats. I've been doing quick stats this whole time. I don't think he's got a +5, so he'll fail. Taking 10 more, that's a kill. You see as it reaches its tiny little feet, hand things up to its little ear holes, and it just kind of screams out in pain before falling over dead at Vicious's feet.
Lucky I'm not hungry.
Eat in the middle.
Hmm?
The middle of battle. You can't just like stop and take a snack.
I can. You can't. That'll be the end of his turn.
The one on Sarad is going to bite out at her and try to spear her at advantage. It's gonna miss with the bite, and it should hit you with a 21 on the spear for 6 damage.
Understand.
Two of the next frogs. The first at Vicious is going to miss. The second at Verthus. 2 2s. And it's going to go to Vicious. Those two basically lashed out with their tongues and missed you.
Ick.
Nobody's small. If they hit you with that, they get to eat you. But you have to be small or smaller.
All
King
right.
Screech is in here.
So I'm heading up for this one that is the farthest north.
"20 will hit, and 14... It's gonna leave it fucked up, but it's still alive.
Not for long.
And that will be a kill.
All right. If I run down to the one that's over next to Tynus, can I do lightning damage to it or not?
I don't believe it's worded in a way that you can't do movement between. I think it's basically like while you are raging, you can put the Storm Aura on anybody within 10 feet.
All right.
That one's
so
already
I'm
dead.
down, huh? Well, I can't run into. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying
it's
to.
your bonus action to apply that. That's what it ends up being.
Yeah, I'm trying to hit the one that's still alive. But
Wait, are you trying to attack Snapjaw right now? Because I feel like you're trying to attack Snapjaw.
oh, is that? Yeah. Well, I don't want to attack him. Okay, let's
So
go
right
this
now
way.
it's like the 2 south of Sarad, and then, yeah, those 2 there west of Snapjaw.
All right, I'm going after that one to the west
Just
of me. I'm
immediately
not
west of
going
you?
after.
Roll a d6. Your DC is 14. What is it? Dex. It rolled a 4. It's going to fail. 1 damage. And that will go to Arla.
All right, okay. I'm going to move to. I'll go here, and then I'll stab at the one on the west as well that Vicious just went at.
Damn, these are 10-foot squares. 22 will hit.
Number 6 damage, and I'll just stab it again. Only a 13, but
And
for
that will
16.
kill.
Nice.
Yeah, I think by now it's enough that you all should vaguely know that the frogs are 11 AC, the bullywugs are about 15, and the frogs have about twice as many hit points.
I know it now.
I figured it out a little while ago. Just
I thought there were 13, not 11, but yeah, I was getting there. I was circling the drain.
I thought the Bullywugs were 16.
Yeah, I feel like you guys haven't necessarily hit them on the dot, but it's one of those things. You've fought damn near 30 of them, so. And then it's going to Snapjaw. He's got his 2 attacks. Both of those are gonna whiff.
Did he attack Vicious back or?
Yeah, he definitely punched Vicious in the back. He's trying to like keep her psyched, keep her raging. He's got a lot of appreciation for the green skin. It's like, oh shit, I thought you were a frog.
She's like, I thought you were a frog.
So cleaning up the last 3 here, Doc.
Yeah, I will just shoot my bow at. So the frogs are the ones directly on the south, right? They're the
They're
low
all
AC ones,
frogs,
high
but
hit
the
points.
bullywugs are south of Sarad right now.
Oh wait, so are the dark ones the low AC ones, or the?
Yes, the dark ones are the giant frogs.
Okay, I got you. So I'm gonna just shoot my bow at the one that's like directly west of me right now.
I know you would have to zoom in really, really close to see, but the giant frogs are the giant frog from Pan's Labyrinth that the little girl like crawls into the like haunted tree and she like feeds it the little stone and then it explodes and she's covered in like all the awful. I love that movie.
Oh, that's such a good movie. It kills me the subtitles because I'm always doing something else while I work or like while I watch. I'm always working, but yeah, that's such a good movie. So I'm gonna sharpshooter the giant frog all the way to the east in front of Snapjaw.
Gotcha. That's one of the movies where I feel like I can speak Spanish, but I don't. 18 will hit. It will leave it bloodied.
Okay, and then I will just shoot it one more time, and I'm not gonna sharpshooter. I'm just gonna sharpshooter again. 18. I feel like they have about 30 hit points. That one was already fine, right?
Yeah, that was fresh.
Yeah, I'm gonna just shoot it again, sharpshooter with the bow.
That'll kill.
At least my rolls are consistent today. And then that will end my turn.
Verthis. I believe the one to the southwest of Sarad is currently grappling or biting onto her leg, but they were both attacking her.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm probably going to, and I'm going to attack the one to my west first.
Gotcha.
Yikes. Attack again.
I don't know why that showed up as a 14 on D&D Beyond.
guess the rolls don't necessarily line up.
Roll a d20 for me as well.
Sure.
I hate to put it out there, but you got a
Great.
glaive and she's close by.
Mhm.
Gonna fit right in around here.
So what's your
She was
actual...
trying to
Oh
take
yeah,
the
you're gonna
tail.
miss. So there's nothing happening there. The 24 will hit, dealing 9 to the one that she is currently held on with. It took 7 already. That's gonna kill it.
All right, then I'll use my bonus action to run to the east.
See a 21. That's got to be a hit. Yep, that'll hit, dealing 7 to it. That will leave it bloodied.
All right, and then, yeah, pretty much.
And we'll move on to Sarad. You are no longer restrained, though. I'm removing that.
Okay, I'm gonna stay right where I am and try to hit at it.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a kill.
Yay!
Shillelagh is definitely a frog crusher. And with that, Tyness, there's one frog that I just didn't delete. This is the end of the combat. And that's where we are going to pick up next week as Snapjaw starts to like jump in excitement, and he is going to tell you all, we've taken the castle! And it's up to you all to believe him or not.